There we go.
And now for something completely different.
Yes, YouTube. I don't know. Bail out at 2050 to get back to your mate's house, watch Friends, and then be back in the pub. Oh, really? Yeah, that's dedication. You left the pub to watch Friends and then went back again. That is dedication. Didn't Twitch recently change their simultaneous stream rules saying you couldn't do that? No. So there's been a lot of changes over the last 3 or 4 years. So it used to be the case that if you were a partner, not if you were an affiliate, interestingly, it was fine if you were an affiliate. If you're a partner, which basically has no benefits other than the tick badge, certainly financially it has no benefits, you could not multi-stream at all if you were a partner. If you were an affiliate, you could. If you were a partner, you couldn't. But there was a lot of sort of eyebrow raising about that in the context of a lot of other platforms, particularly the rise of platforms like Kick, which was far more permissive. And a lot of people started to jump ship and go over to Facebook Gaming and YouTube and Kick, and there were contracts with the big streamers to do that. And so it put a lot of pressure on Twitch, who have to date never made a profit, to be a bit more permissive. And the Partners Council, which is a big group of handpicked partners that advise Twitch, said like, hey, you should consider relaxing that rule, at least bring it in line with the affiliates. And so a couple of years ago at TwitchCon, they announced a bunch of relaxations that allowed partners to multi-stream. And then again, last year, there was a little bit more of a relaxation. So the situation currently is that you can multi-stream to all the major platforms. So you can multi-stream to YouTube and Kick and Twitch and Twitch and YouTube and TikTok and whatever else, Facebook Gaming. And you can do that, that's fine, but your Twitch audience has to be the primary audience. They have to get the best quality video, or at least equal quality, which is really interesting because you can stream in 4K on YouTube, but you're not allowed to do that while you multi-stream. You can only stream to YouTube at the same quality or less. You must not combine the chats on stream ever. And last week, the first ever suspension for that happened to a streamer called Nutty, who is an advocate of Twitch, massive advocate of Twitch. But he makes tools that do things like making multi-streaming easier. So he's a streamer's streamer, if you like. He streams about streaming, and he makes YouTube videos about streaming. And excuse me, mother. Actually, father. And he was suspended for combining chat on screen. And he makes tools that you can purchase from him that combine the two chats on the screen as like a ticker or like a sidebar thing. And so if anyone's using that, they could potentially be suspended. Now, I've always been very, very, very careful with the rules. I make sure that I comply to copyright as far as possible. I comply to the partner rules as far as possible. And so I would never do that, despite the fact that until Nutty got banned or suspended, it seemed like Twitch wasn't really paying attention. Or they were just sort of paying lip service to the rule. But it does actually seem like they might actually potentially start doing something about it. So what that means is, so right now, for example, I have a window that has my Twitch chat in it, and I have a window that has my YouTube chat. I could combine those for myself if I wanted to. So I could have those, there are plenty of tools I could use to put those together into one chat that I can read. What I absolutely cannot do is I can't put chat messages from any other platform on the screen anywhere while I'm streaming to Twitch. I can read them, which is why you'll hear me say, John over on YouTube asks, because it's really frustrating, I find, when you're watching a streamer who is reading multiple chats, because I watch some big streamers who stream to Twitch and YouTube and TikTok and Kick and like 2 other platforms. So they're streaming like 7 different places, and they have chats open like across all of those. And they might even be streaming to YouTube with 2 different formats as well, vertical and horizontal, which each have their own chat. And so they're responding to stuff, they're answering questions that you can't see. And I find that very kind of, I don't know, I don't like it. I can't describe why I don't like it. Maybe it's a very personal thing, but I've heard a lot of people say this. They don't like it when the streamer replies to something that they can't see on the screen. Because it's confusing. They're like, who is he talking to? Which is why I've always done it where when I read Twitch chat, I will usually, unless it's really obvious who I'm talking to, I will read part of the message so that you know which one I'm replying to. So like Aid just said, my head doesn't like that kind of thing. So to reply to Aid, typically I would say something like, oh, your head doesn't like that kind of thing. And then I will reply, right? So you know that I'm replying to you, and then everyone else knows that I'm replying to Aid. So now, being that most of my viewers are on Twitch still, obviously, when I'm replying to Twitch, I don't preface it with Aid on Twitch says, because it's obvious. But I very rarely will get someone popping up on YouTube asking a question. And so just to make sure that everyone on Twitch is aware who I'm talking to, I will say, over on YouTube, so-and-so asks, like this, you reply. What? And hopefully that just is a little less jarring for you guys not being able to see the message. But I can read the message. But you mustn't, the rule is very vague. It says you mustn't prefer other platforms. You must give primacy of experience to the Twitch audience, which is really interesting. Because it means if like, let's say a beginner player turns up in my YouTube chat and I end up having a really long conversation with them, that you can't see any of that. How much attention can I give them before I'm in violation of the partner rule, of the multi-streaming rule? How much time share can I give them? Is it okay if it's less than half of the entire stream? Is it okay if it's less than half of the preceding hour? Is it okay if it's less than half of the preceding 10 minutes? Like, what's the deal? It's a really hard rule to interpret. But so far, no one's got in trouble for talking to people on other platforms. Only for having it combined on the screen. So yes, no, you can absolutely multi-stream. That is completely permitted. As long as your Twitch audience has the best or at least an equal experience to all the other platforms. Which is, I think, Twitch just being a little bit insecure because Twitch's video delivery is behind a few other platforms in terms of content, in terms of quality, because the maximum bitrate that is officially supported is 6,000 kbps, but you can push that up to about 7,500, but none of that is suitable for 1440 or 4K streaming. At least not without AV1, and they haven't implemented AV1 yet, outside of basic testing with a few very selected streamers. Whereas on YouTube, you can use AV1, which means that 6,000 to 8,000 is perfectly suitable for 4K. And so they're a little bit behind, technologically speaking, which is starting to bite them in the butt. No, I'm not talking about atting. I'm talking about me verbally replying. Yeah, and that's the other thing that is explicitly prohibited, Cog. I am not allowed and I do say this occasionally, I am specifically not allowed to say, come and join me on YouTube. I can say, come and join me on Twitch. YouTube might get pissed off with that. But Twitch does not allow you to point out other platforms. Technically, you shouldn't even say, oh, I'm live on YouTube. Technically. But yeah, obviously saying to someone who's on YouTube, come and join me on Twitch is fine. So yeah, it's a complicated situation. That's not going to get any easier because obviously, you know, there's always going to be multiple platforms, even if some of them disappear. So yeah, but as a content creator, it's a really good idea to spread your stuff around, because if the platform that you are established on goes pop, which it can very easily, considering that Twitch has never made a profit, could easily be cancelled. It's a good idea to have a presence elsewhere so that you can switch over. It's a better experience for viewers in terms of just the website. The website is better. But VOD discoverability is terrible, and now they've made it even worse. I personally, I think the way that they change the category pages is terrible, because it massively favors the person who has the most views. And that is really obvious. I can tell when I'm top of the category, because my view account will go boink, because suddenly I'm at the top of the carousel, and then everyone just by default goes to the top stream. Whereas when you're second, you suffer. And I hate that change. That change came in about 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago. And it was just massively impacted viewer numbers for the person who's not on top. Very bad change. Whereas YouTube is obviously more VOD orientated. And the live streaming experience for chatters is not very good. Like, the chat is... bleh. Don't like the chat. Multi-streaming on Twitch is a minefield? Theoretically. But like I'm saying, Nutty is the first person to ever be held accountable to the rules. And those rules, some of those rules have been live for 2 years. And people are doing this all over Twitch. People combine chats, especially IRL streamers, and especially just chatting type streamers, because they don't have to have a game in the background. So they've got lots of artists, musicians, like people who don't have to have a lot of stuff on the screen, have a lot more space for notifications and chat and whatever. And so they tend to be the ones who will combine the chat, whereas gamers don't have so much space. What happened to Nut? He got suspended for 24 hours for combining chat, which is against the rules. They just went after him because he is... he does that for a living, right? So he makes tools that do that for a living. That's how he makes his money. So he makes his money by breaking the rules, essentially, despite the fact that he is one of Twitch's biggest advocates, which is probably why he only got a 1-day suspension. It's yeah, exactly, Aid. It's like a don't forget the rules. And yeah, so that is against the rules, Grim. Yeah, so technically they could be banned for doing that. Yeah. You should not do that. Thou shalt
Stubborn,
not combine
rebellious,
chats.
Constantly indignant.
Because I considered doing that, because there's very few messages. I considered having Geraint just grab the YouTube message and repost it into Twitch so that you guys can see it. But I decided against that because... ultimately, if it grabs a message that is inappropriate and reposts it, then I'm responsible. So I decided not to. Which is why I have to read them. Anyway, hello chat. How you doing? That was a very, very long answer to a very short question. I hope you're all having a good Friday. We are going to, I don't know, so, hey Salacious. I was thinking about doing a reset because I have my double reset available. And I need some RP, so I need 62k to get the new ship. And I only have 40. So I need to do a reset of some kind at some point. But I also would like to redo my Research Bureau video, which has been very, very popular, but it's starting to get a little bit out of date because there's a couple of little details in it that are incorrect, but not really important. And the Research Bureau that I show on the screen is like 4 years old now, 5 years old, so it's looking a little bit out of date. So I want to remake that. It's pretty much the same script, but just replace it with modern footage. And maybe add a bit more of my experience. But an integral part of that tutorial is explaining how to do a double-double, because that's the most efficient way to use your free XP and your credits, particularly your credits. And so I have, in 23 days, when the double reset comes along, I can do a back-to-back double-double, which you can do every 6 months. So, whereas previously I've been spending my double every time it comes up. And so what I think I'm going to do, rather than get the ship now, I think what I'll do is, when is 23 days? Hang on. What is that? That's 22. That is 3 weeks and 2 days, right? It's wargaming time, so who knows exactly which day that is, but 1, 2, 3 weeks and 2 days. That is Sunday, the 20th of July. Almost Christmas. Yeah, 20th of July. So I think what I'll do, I'll have to check at the beginning of the week whether this is 23 or 24 or 22 or whatever it actually works out to. But I'm pretty sure that this, when it gets into the final 24 hours, it says 1 day when it's 2 days. And then in the last day, it says hours. And so this is actually like 23 point whatever. So it's actually 24 plus a bit, or 23 plus a bit. 23 whole days. So I'll just check at the beginning of the weekend. But yeah, what I want to do is capture footage of me doing, I don't have to actually make the whole video then, but I just want to capture footage of me doing a double reset overnight between one period and the next period to explain how you do that. While I'm doing that, I might as well just remake the video. So yeah. Exactly, Piper. Yeah, exactly. So this is actually, it doesn't round up. It's actually just 23 point whatever, but it just says 23. So it's actually, practically speaking, 24. Which probably means it will be the Monday the 21st. 3 a.m. on Monday the 21st, but still Monday the 21st. So what I'll probably be able to do then is do the reset on
Gun
the
Bunny 4 is subbed for 28
on the Sunday,
months,
and then do it again on the Monday, and then I can spend the Monday
then.
making the video.
Party timey.
Hello, Gun Bunny. I've adjusted my knobs, and I can't get them back where they should be. How are you doing, Gun Bunny? Thank you very much for the 28 months. That is most kind of you. I have some other ships to be getting on with, because I've got the steel ship, but also there's a couple of ships that are also in this. So Cambridge, I think there's one more. It might be one more. And I haven't touched those. I've also got my 2 gold ships to do over my press account, which I haven't done yet. And then also one of the new ships needs fixing because it's beyond its 10 games. So I've got plenty to do for the next 3 weeks. So will it be RNCVs for old time's sake? No, because there's not enough points. Very inefficient. Yeah, I think we talked about this before. I was thinking about doing the British light cruisers or the British heavy cruisers. I think because we talked about this before. I was thinking about maybe resetting one of these 2. Maybe minor. Because I was saying, oh, I should play, because I played Neptune a couple of times recently. I was like, oh, this is quite good. So, because I've played a lot of minor. So maybe we'll do the minor line, but I don't have to choose that right now. But what I should do, really, if I'm going to do the how to do the most efficient reset, if that's going to be the aim of my video, it kind of has to be the Haru line. Because in my current video, I do the Kremlin, which is a really inefficient way of doing it. So probably for XP efficiency, I should do a double-double on the Haru line, which is a perfectly fine line to do a reset on. And I actually haven't done that for a while. So I might do that, actually. Because then I am a paragon of good examples. Right. Dead stuff and things. I've done some of this today accidentally already. New. I've already claimed that. Looked in here.
Wimper subbed for 32 months total at tier 2.
Who needs efficiency?
Who needs efficiency? Probably quite a few people. Thank you very much for the 32 months. Thank you very much for the tier frickin' 2. That's very kind of you. And I need to click on that to get rid of the new. Ooh, I have a coupon. Ooh. 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 It's cheaper. 23,250. That's nice. Well, I just grabbed that right now. Purchase. Purchase. Ta-da. Ooh. Dumb questions, but is your RB video from 5 years ago still accurate? Yes, mostly. So there's two things, there's two little details. One is that tier 5, when I made that video, did not attract any points. And so in that video, you'll see the points going from tier 6 to tier 10. Tier 5 now attracts 200 points, which is almost nothing. So it's really not an important point. And I think I made a note in, like I pinned a message or something underneath to explain like that's now the case. I guess another point related to that is the fact that super ships now exist, and there is a question around are super ships included or excluded, which I obviously didn't cover in the video because they didn't exist. And then the other thing that I need to cover in the video is the fact that to unlock the Research Bureau, it's still the same requirement. So it's 5 tier 10 ships researched. But you can also do like a soft unlock. So if you accidentally, not accidentally, but if you happen to get some RB points from like a mission or a Twitch drop or something, it doesn't happen very often, but there are occasionally places where you can get RP from. If you get some RP, any amount of RP on your account, it will unlock the Research Bureau to spend the RP, but not the resets part. So it doesn't unlock the tech tree part of the Research Bureau, but it unlocks the armory part of the Research Bureau so that you can spend the RP that you have. Because obviously in this section, there are other things than the ships, right? So there are signals and stuff. So if you get 100 RP from a mission, you might want to get some signals. Don't, but you might want to do that. So yeah, there's this concept of soft unlock, which has happened since I made that video as well. So there's those 3 details which I need to add in. None of them are particularly important. And so if you go and watch that video, then it's like all the important stuff is still correct. How to do the double reset. It's still like what a double is, how to do the doubles, how to unlock the Research Bureau. All that stuff is still correct and it's still in there. So you will still learn how to use it if you go and watch that video. It's just that when you look at it, it might look a bit strange because it's 5 years old. Did you know if you reset the line while the tier 10 is in battle, you get the points when the battle ends? Okay. That's a very niche thing that I don't think actually helps anything, but cool. That's an interesting detail. Yeah, but what's the advantage of doing that, Salacious? Is you can literally just play it once in co-op. It doesn't have to be any particular. It's not like you're trying to get like a really high base XP score, and so you can be like, oh, that was a really good game. I'll do the reset now. It's not an advantage. Is this the famous oil baron? I may have played a tiny weeny little bit of Turmoil in the last couple of days. I also have had messages from several people who also purchased Turmoil. But now there's a few more people playing Turmoil in the world, thanks to me. Fortunately, I didn't have a kickback, but never mind. Heatwigs. You get the points without having to go back up to the tier 10 first. I mean, yeah, I guess so. But you still have to go up to you still have to go through the tier 9. Because you still have to do all the other ships. So it's not really an advantage. Unless you plan on never getting that tier 10 back again for some reason. It's just a really weird niche case. It's not like it's it's an exploit or anything like that. It's just one of those things on how the game calculates them. Exactly, Grim, yes. And that is what I explain in my video. But you can be more efficient with the credits by doing a double-double. You can be more efficient by doing a double, and you can be even more efficient by doing a double-double, which is what my video explains. Yes, you can, Strange, but why would you want to? Is there a tier 10 that you want to reset that you're never going to play again? Because that's the only situation that is useful. It's an interesting fact, but it's just completely useless. These other news. There is poison, that's true. Battle of Paso de Patria. Alright, okay. Cool. Trade in, which is a stupid idea. Strange, if you can be bothered to be that anally efficient about it, well done. That's such a niche thing to do, though. And it means you can't play the ship in between. So if it's a ship that you like, you can't play it. It's such a stupid idea. Billy, I don't think it's... I fundamentally disagree with the whole trade-in thing, and so essentially I'm boycotting it. I shouldn't have even put it on the screen just then, because I'm essentially advertising it. So I personally think that allowing people to trade in a product they have bought that they don't like for a discount on another product is at best dodgy from a commerce rules and laws point of view. Imagine walking into a shop and instead of offering you a refund on the product that you didn't like or was broken, they say, oh, well, give it to us and we'll give you a discount on a different product. Very T-Bone, yes, absolutely. We have this thing called the Sales of Goods Act, which has a lot of power. So basically, it says that if anything doesn't work as you expect it to do, or it doesn't last a reasonable amount of time, without defining what that is, you can get a full refund. Yeah, we have very good consumer rights. You could, if you have like a refrigerator or something that breaks after 3 years, you could totally take it back. And they will try and argue, and you can just say, please get out your Sales of Goods Act form. And they immediately, as soon as you say Sales of Goods Act, they will take it back. I think the statutory right is if it's within a certain amount of time, I think it's 2 years, they have to give you a full refund, and you can just walk out. If it's after 2 years, they have to give you a new product. So an exact replacement or a for like replacement. So in that case, a new fridge. StatsBloke. Yeah, there's a lot of content creators online who, if you are not sure about that stuff, have a lot of videos about. how to go about getting refunds and stuff and what your rights are. But yeah, we have a lot of power, which is why I fundamentally disagree with the whole trade-in thing. Because if it was a real product, in the sense of like a physical product, that you had bought and you didn't like it because you thought it was crap, because obviously you can't try the ships before you buy in the same way that you can't try a refrigerator before you buy it. If I try a fridge and I bring it home and it doesn't make the food cold and it leaks water on the floor, I'm going to take it back. If I buy a ship that doesn't perform well, been, like, in my opinion, badly designed, it doesn't work well as a ship to fight other ships, because that's what the product is that I bought, then I should be entitled to a full refund or a like-for-like replacement under the British law. It may be a little bit different with digital products, but just morally, to offer a discount to trade in a ship that you bought without being able to try it before you bought it is dodgy, in my opinion. I don't like it at all. So I will never promote that. You got them either using coal. So if you got them for coal, obviously it depends how you came across those resources. Because if you bought the coal, because obviously there are ways to get coal and steel and whatnot for cash, for money, right? Because, for example, with steel, you can complete the dockyard using doubloons, which you buy with cash, and then you get steel for the overrun. So you can literally buy steel directly, or at least for mission. So it depends how you got those resources. If you are a free-to-play player and you got that coal completely for free, then yeah, it's probably a pretty good deal. But obviously you still have to spend some doubloons, and maybe you got the doubloons for free as well, because you can get doubloons out of crates and whatnot. So if it's not costing you any money, then I would say, yeah, do whatever you like. If it's costing you cash, I think you need to think back to how, and this is why free-to-play games use middleman resources. This is why doubloons exist. Every single free-to-play game and a lot of non-free-to-play games have some kind of in-game currency that you, partially at least, purchase with real money so that you forget where it came from. You forget spending that money. You forget how much it's worth. That's the tactic. And so you have to think back, when you're trying to assess whether something is good value or not, you have to think, okay, well, where did that coal come from? Did I buy a bunch of crates that I was trying to roll a ship or something and it had a bunch of coal in it, in which case you paid for that coal. So you need, yeah, it's individual to each player, because obviously each player's habits are different in terms of putting money into the game. So I can't answer that question, and I don't agree with the mechanism. Hopefully that helps you have a think about it. But it's always the same. Any question of, is it good value? I can't answer that, because your personal circumstances are different. You earn a different amount of money to me, and your situation is very different, and you live in a different economy potentially, and you may or may not have put money into the game in the past. Exactly, Brett. Yeah, you need to do the thing you do when you go on holiday to a country which has a different currency. You need to always have that conversion in your head. So if you hold the fact that 2,500 is 10 euros, you can do a quick calculation in your head, like, oh, that crate is 5 euros. And then you can physically imagine, like, holding a 5 euro note and, like, giving it to someone to give you the crate. And that kind of will help you judge value, I think. So yeah, it's a good idea to go and work out how much 10 units of currency, in your local currency or whatever, is worth in doubloons. YouTube, I've got questions in both chats right now. So that's obviously a very interesting topic for people. Inky, how you doing? I hope you're well. Twitch, I'm just going to pay attention to YouTube for a second. White Kong, you are not the only person over there. Hello, how you doing? Just please be aware, if you do watch on YouTube, totally fine. But just be aware that I don't pay as much attention to YouTube chat as I do on Twitch. So if you want an answer and you don't want to wait for half an hour, then come to Twitch. Talon ask, hello, how you doing? I'm required to no, I am. I'm required to spend more time with you, Twitch. Yeah, it's true. Right, let's spend the totally not a battle pass tokens. Right, so what's new in here? What? Oh, what? I can get a day of premium. What? I can get more than 1 day of premium. How much? Okay, so I have 825,100. Aw. Hang on a minute. What's 2,500? What is 825,145 divided by 2,500? It is 330. I can only have 5. Aw. I could have had so much premium. What's my favorite WoW's collab? That's a good question.
Armored Prayer once said.
Chat, remember the premium shop hides the feature, but say you need 1 doubloon for X, you can buy 1 doubloon.
Oh, can you still do that? Because that was removed. Where is that? Where are they hiding that? Because I noticed that disappeared a while ago, and I've just not noticed that it was there. That's cool. That's cool to know. What's my favorite WoW's collab? I think it would be Star Trek if they hadn't fecked up the voices and used stupid AI voices, apart from what's her face, because the AI ones are terrible. I think it's so I am not into anime, but I think it's Azure Lane, because the Azure Lane camos are really good. I love the Azure Lane camos. I have no interest in the captains, and I actually actively dislike the captains because I think they portray women in a way that women should not be portrayed. But the camos are really good, and that part is not Wargaming's fault. Yeah, I really like the AL camos; they're really pretty. So yeah, probably actually. The stats killer bin Pains or Triple Forest Sherman. Don't remember that. Where are the hot male anime captains? Where is your fan service, T-Bone? Exactly. Yep. There must be anime that have buff men. There must be. There must be. I've seen abs from corner to corner of the screen. Oh God, that's both chat. The Transformers camos are pretty cool. I really like the ones that have the hologram cap on the turrets. That's really cool. And I like the ones where the Transformer, like the 80s version, where the Transformer is sitting in the turret in battle. I think that's pretty cool with the joysticks. The bit that I don't like about the Transformers camos is in the port, where you'll be sitting there minding your own business, chilling out, and then suddenly you've got a Transformer screaming at you. That bit, not so much. Because I've got the captain voices turned off in the game, and yet they still make a noise in the port. And I think they should be silenced by the same slider that I use to silence them in battles. I don't like people talking at me. Yeah, particularly when you zoom in. I've had it happen to me when I'm showing a detail on the camera, oh, look at this. It happened to me the other day. Oh, look at the top of this turret, and then the Transformer that's standing right there starts screaming, and because you're zoomed in, they're really, really loud. Almost an hour. I know, we can do it. We can do it. I haven't actually decided what we're doing yet. They give the ships the real life camos, the IRL collab. What are your thoughts on St. Vincent? How would you play her? So I haven't played her very much. Because I spread my playtime around, in theory, all 800 ships, and so there's a lot of ships that I just haven't played very much. Because I'm not the kind of player who plays the same ship over and over and over again. because I've set myself a win rate challenge that is taking me all over the game, literally. So I don't get a lot of time to play those ships that I've already completed, and I've already completed that. So I've only played 18 games in Vincent and 17 games in Comparable. However, I think this ship is really good if you are an experienced, aggressive battleship player, but it requires considerable skill and experience, and it requires a good knowledge of game mechanics. Because this thing is very fast, it has extremely powerful torpedoes, and very good guns, but it's quite squishy. It's not quite a glass cannon, but it's close. It's like a Pyrex cannon. Got like some good tempered glass cannon. And so you need to know what you're doing, because otherwise you're just not going to last, because you have to... I just got an error thingy doodah. That has nothing to do with me. That was Twitch. YouTube is fine. Going back to our earlier conversation. That's happened to me several times today while I've been watching streams. Happened to me on... Yep, that's not me. That is not me. YouTube, my Twitch channel keeps erroring out over and over and over and over again. It is not me. I am broadcasting at the correct bit rate. It's fine. It's uninterrupted. So YouTube, enjoy the uninterrupted stream. No, so my Twitch preview in my dashboard just keeps erroring over and over again. Yeah, did you know, by the way, I have a YouTube? Just thought I'd mention that just in case, you know, anyone wants to go and check out my YouTube. Yeah, you know, just in case. Because if there's ever a problem with my Twitch chat, with my Twitch feed, because Twitch is having problems, then you know, YouTube exists. Hillabin just broke the partner agreement. Cool. You know, you can be banned for that bit. Yes. What is this YouTube? Two-bag drops don't work over there. Yeah, YouTube doesn't have a concept of drops. They don't have a killer bin on YouTube. Killer bin on YouTube denying breaking anything. I'm afraid you did actually, because you told people to go to YouTube, which is against the partner agreement. It's actually against the what's it called? The multi-streaming agreement, which is what we were talking about earlier. But don't worry. Twitch sacked all their stuff, so there's no one watching. Anyway. I took a screenshot of your face. Can I use that as a meme template if I can see it first? Yes. Can you put it in my Discord somewhere and tag me? And I will look at it. Feel free to make the meme first, and then I'll let you know if it's not okay, you know? Are there going to be any more campaigns? No. So Wargaming have said several times that, at least I think they have, certainly they've implied, that the set of campaigns that you have right now as permanent campaigns is not going to change. It's not going away, but it's not going to change. Because that is aimed at newer players, and every new player who comes in gets to do that. For experienced players, there are web campaigns. And so we've just had a web campaign that finished in the last update that lasted for about 6 weeks, 8 weeks. It's quite a long one. And so, you know, 3 or 4 times a year there's a web campaign. So that's what we get now as campaigns. They are campaigns, they're just temporary. So He did, bro. I'm kidding. I'm not being serious. Right, has Twitch stopped being stupid now that I've lost 100 viewers? Holy feckballs, Twitch. People have no attention span. Oh, it's an error message. I'm just going to go and scratch my belly button somewhere else that isn't here. Looks like Tiger's lost some viewers as well. Oh, Nutty's back. He's been unbanned. What happened? I just lost 120 viewers. It's fine. You got some plans in the work. Oh, that's cool. Nice. The stream frozen a delightful expression. Nice. Nuts. Not naughty. Nutty. Right. What was I doing? So I think, as it's a ship that I've played reasonably recently, although this is the first time I've played on my own account for like a week, I've just purchased the thingy-doo-dah. What's it called? The where's gone? The villain. So, as this was, I actually quite liked this when I was playing it on Tuesday. So we can do this, although the fact that the steel ships get a 3-point captain is a bit of a kick in the nuts. You pinged me? Okay, let's see what you've done. you could post a blank version of that so people can add their own message. That's really good. I love it. So myth. Hang on, I'll put it on the screen. No, not forward. Mitt made that. You have my permission to do whatever you like with that. I love it. There is a reason the unique Dutch captain have a seat. Yes, there is, of course, yeah. So it's currently completely useless. So presumably there are Dutch cruisers coming, Dutch carriers coming. Otherwise, what's the point in it being? Let you post the blank. Yeah, I think people might enjoy. What was I doing though to make that face? Because when I look that way, I'm looking at Discord. Don't know. Anyway. Yes. You just do what you like. Do what you like. Contemplate. Yeah, I was probably contemplating something. Resize it and give it to you as an emote. Yeah, that would emote. Yeah, I'd have to Photoshop it and add some contrast and stuff. No. That would work. But what? But like, so you already have a similar emote because you already have. Is it still an emote? Yeah. So you already have this one. I'm not sure what. Standard tier 1. So you already have stats but angry. So we could make that, because they look kind of angry, and I will do if I minify that, it will look even more angry. So you can switch that out for stats but angry. But we do have a spare emote slot. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Okie dokie, I'm going to take that as a division request. Porcelain petard. What, Rome? Because they were in Rome. Yeah, fair enough.
Hello. What the f...
Vintage story.
Very good. Carry on.
Right, I need to build my Willem.
To bought my Willem. With my own steel. Built it myself.
Ben is rather quiet. Yeah, it takes Discord a while to figure out that someone is not speaking loudly and then,
dying.
and then turn them up.
Hello.
So what I usually do if they're a bit quiet is I leave them, because then inevitably either Discord turns them up or I say you're a bit quiet, or someone types in chat you're a bit quiet, and then they move the microphone closer to their mouth. And if they do that and you turn them up, you explode everyone's eardrums. So
This?
I usually leave it a little while to let people and Discord decide what things are going to be like, and then I start adjusting things.
So I saw a couple questions. GQ Johnny's event starts in 14.7. You'll be able to earn her for free. Your comments on campaigns are broadly correct. You'll also be able to earn San Diego for free in the second half of the year.
Yeah, because she's being removed, isn't she, in the rotation?
Yes, San Diego's getting removed, but you'll be able to earn her for free in an event. Leone's getting removed from the armory, but you can still get her from the collection.
Does Willem's airstrike have the cooldown reset when you swap between weapons? No.
No.
And unlike the torpedoes on some of the multiple torpedo ships, like Kitakami, there is also no switch time. It's like guns. So you know when you
they
you can
share a
switch
cooldown.
instantly.
It is something we're aware of. I don't know what can be done about it because I'm not a programmer.
The thing is, right? So okay, it may be a technical limitation as to why it's like that, like a programming reason. I'd imagine that's why it is. But the fact that it works like that, I think, is actually okay. Like, I don't really have a problem with that. It makes sense from a canon point of view, because you're calling in an airstrike, and when you call it in, you're saying bring the bombs or bring the ASW. And so the fact that it's the same planes, because it makes sense that they have the same cooldown. That, to me, that just makes sense.
Thank you for your logic in support of our situation.
However, I accept that it's probably a mechanical limitation.
No, you both. They're separate events. The second half of this year is really spicy, in a good way. You should start learning about everything we have planned in the coming month or so.
Is there a roadmap type thing coming, so we know what it's going to be?
Not all of this is roadmap worthy. I know there are plans afoot. I just can't go into the details.
There's not
I
like
know some of the
there's not like
details.
a water line or anything coming out soon.
I can't say any on that.
No worries.
Covenant_R is subbed for 49 months total at tier 1.
Good evening, Stats and Chat.
Good evening, Covenant. You can't hear this, can you? Let me turn it on for you.
No.
Covenant, thank you very much for the 49 months. Thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. I like your heart badge, by the way. What's that for? That is Share the Love. Where did you get that from? Thank you so much.
Probably gift subbing?
Yeah, no, I think it's an event thing. I think it was like it's been around for a while. I've seen a few people. I don't have it though. On YouTube, HD8 asks, what's the mod you use here? Can you be more specific, HD? Because I don't know precisely what you're referring to, and I have about 40 port mods, so...
Ooh, Stats.
Yes.
Have you updated your Aslins today?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
There was a bug with a ship and a mod.
Yes. It's okay, because I didn't have that installed.
Okay.
I don't use that mod.
Okay.
I don't use that mod, I don't see the point.
Fair enough. I've spent a good part of the day talking to people about that.
Make sure you update the mod. Yeah, to be fair to Aslane, he did stick it in. He stuck it in the like initial release for this update's notes, which is available on the download page, and also via RSS in Discords and stuff, and also put it in all the subsequent notes. So he couldn't have made it much more obvious if people actually read the changelog, which of course they don't. Now, you guys recommended this. Now, I can't remember if we stuck to that build.
I think Baz updated the build document today.
Oh.
Specifically for Wilhelm and Irresistible.
Torps on the minimap. Torps on the minimap is just the minimap. So the T-Taro minimap that I've switched over to is gradually subsuming all of T-Taro's map-related mods. And so they're all just now available in the map. It might be kind of tricky to work out how you turn it on, but it's just in T-Taro's minimap. As are a lot of the things now, like smoke things, torp things, RPF things. All those mods have been wrapped up. My main WoW's home port screen. Yes. Can you be even more specific? Because I don't know what you're referring to. Can you describe what you're seeing on the screen, HD, that is you think is modded, and I'll tell you. What was I doing? What was I doing?
My boyfriend said you act like a detective too
looking
much.
at Baz's
I
build.
want to split up. I said good idea. We can cover more ground that way.
Bonejanks just gave £1.01.
My boyfriend said you act like a detective too much. I want to split up. I said, good idea. We can cover more ground that way. Pretty good. Thank you, T-Bone. Right. What was I doing? There's too many things going on at once right now. My brain can't cope.
Baz
Mods,
build.
minimap. Oh, Baz. That was it. Ship builds. There we go. Because I'm answering a question. I'm in the middle of answering a question on YouTube as well.
Yes.
So find Esther. Got it. There we go. Okay, so if Baz, it's interesting if Baz did this because the in-game guide is different. So who does the in-game one? Is it Sarah? In which case, does Sarah disagree with Baz?
Dark colors.
No, I know who it is.
Number 39, TB mugs all the time, but at least it and number 39 as a t-shirt.
What? Hang on. Is that a giveaway? That's a giveaway. Thank you very much, Cbang, for the Buttonassa giveaway. Join, but for a Buttonassa t-shirt, obviously there's a range of colors available. That is the dark color variant, of which there are a few different choices if you are the winner. It is a very nice t-shirt. I don't have that one specifically, but I have one of the other t-shirts. It's very good. So, good quality. So, thank you very much, Cbang. It's very kind of you.
Yes,
right.
I know who makes the suggested builds.
Hang on, sorry, there's too many things going on right now. YouTube, your setup is different from my basic screen. All your stuff. Okay, so that I'm going to type it in the YouTube chat. That is called resources. If you want a list of all my mods, come over to Twitch and look at my about section. Right, there is a giveaway on Twitch, Join. You will probably have about a minute left. The winner will need to follow the link. If you are the pulled as the winner, make sure you follow the link before it disappears, because otherwise I can't help you. Right, yes, so the Dead Coolification. The name, thank you very much.
Armored Prayer once said,
I like the 15 kilometers ASU on Willem. If their programmer decoupled the load time, it might only get a 10 kilometers ASU,
yeah, that's
which
true,
be may
actually.
and uncool.
That's a very good point.
TTS high.
Yeah, that's a good point. Right, so the Baz version of this, which I think I agree with, is that otherwise the same. It just swaps for the enhanced DE, which Makes sense.
Ah, Grant Y won the shirt.
Cool. Congratulations, Grant. If you follow the link, I can't remember if you've won. I think you've won some stuff before. It's just obviously the same process. So go through checkout, choose a color, make sure you choose the correct size. There is a sizing guide on there, so make sure that you choose the correct size, and come back and let us know what color you got. Thank you very much, Seabag, for the gift T-shirt for a change. Thank you so much. I do have a plan that I will enact at some point to make a lot more merch and a lot more variations of various bits of merch. So that will happen soon, dear. Right, so that's going to be that. Hello, game.
But yeah.
Hello, game. Oh.
So, the person who makes the build, you will not question their competence.
And yet it is different to Baz, who is also extremely competent, thus proving the there is no correct build theorem.
There are correct
builds. There are corrector builds, I agree with that.
It's like, I don't recommend building Wilhelm for secondaries.
And yet TC Freya exists.
Yeah, but he made a pact with the dark and ruinous powers.
Yeah, he did. There are more corrector builds and less corrector builds. Yes. Should we put the Dutch correct track? Let's do it. You have at least one camouflage remaining. I know. Thanks for that. Just to add an in-game Easter egg that renames villains in the numeric order they join a division. Oh,
so Willem the First, Willem the Second, William the Third.
Wixachon said,
I use all the 1-point skills because they are cheaper.
I recently was informed through dashboards about module utility, and it scared me deeply.
Moduled utility?
Module usage.
Oh, use of modules, right? Yeah.
Like, what percentage of the player base runs concealment mod on tier 8 or higher ships?
Can you tell us? No.
Probably tell by my voice, though, it's not a high number.
Well, it's not a complete mystery now with the build viewer type thing for friendly ships. So, I've got an idea. Yeah. Is Killer Bin live? No. He is recorded. He's pre-recorded. It's not actually.
I'm AI generated.
Yes.
Stats has had me. I've been around for 77 months. He's generated enough audio footage of me in gameplay that he can just generate.
I just fed 1,000 hours of your streams into an AI. Which scarily would probably be possible, and that would actually probably work.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't make bin AI.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Attempt to restart the Empire or something.
Okay. So an hour and 21 minutes into this stream, which collapsed halfway through, at least on Twitch. We're ready to go. Cool. It's almost time for a break. I think I am snored. Let's go. Yeah, I have got most of them. I fiddle with my volume knobs, and I cannot get it back where I want it.
Well, you're not allowed to fiddle with your knobs on Twitch.
I didn't fiddle with them on Twitch. I fiddled them off Twitch, and now I can't put them back where they were. I need to
don't fiddle with them on Twitch.
I need to make a little Tipex marker so I can see what it should be. Hey, Herdsman, how you doing? Yeah, it's just I'm totally fine with people hanging out on YouTube and chatting over there. It's just that my main focus is Twitch chat. If YouTube chat starts to get busier, I will combine them for myself so that I can read them in one place. But to date, it's been very quiet. So, but I've only been doing it for 2 weeks. All right.
Yes, and Hudsman, if you've got any queries, anything in Aslanes is approved by Wargaming.
Yep, so the one that you were asking about is called Resources. If you look under the stream now that you're on Twitch, if you scroll down, you will see a big list of all the mods. And they should be in the order they appear in the installer. Because I am clever.
Or meticulous.
Meticulous, yeah. What flavor of Mino do we have?
Radar.
It is a... Oh, what?
He's radar minor.
I haven't played ships enough. I'm forgetting what the keys are. Also, I'm using a different keyboard where the keys are in very different places, so there's going to be some fat frame.
God, why?
Because my other keyboard's broken.
How did you break it?
Just use.
I think you said juice or something. That makes sense.
No, use. So I'm now using a keyboard which is probably 20 years old. And has
So it's made of, like, tungsten carbide.
Literally has a steel plate in it. It's amazing.
Stats, you're using a keyboard that's almost as old as me.
It's a Steel Series Shift, and it's really good. But the key layout is very different to the one I've just been using. Do I like the ship? Yeah, I played this on Tuesday. I don't like the Dutch bombs generally as a mechanic, because I'm terrible with them. But the ship itself, yes, I do. The underlying ship I like.
She's got good pen, good dispersion, decently accurate. She doesn't have Duncan's weakness of the soft nose, but she doesn't get the torps.
Oops. I've really screwed up my volume. I don't know why. Oh, no, don't reverse. Dang it.
Okay, well, how do we... Okay, well, we're about to lose a second destroyer.
This button. Sorry, there's a lot going on right now. How you doing? There's been giveaways, people talking on both platforms. I'm playing a new ship. Talking about mods. There's going to be ads. Don't know prayer, don't play it. Kingdom for some spotting. Where's Yak? Yak is fixing a flat tire. The game is really quiet for some reason. I don't know why.
Merchandising!
Glantry purchased but NASA t-shirt, dark colours.
No, nah, no. I'm getting very overwhelmed. I assume that was. I'm assuming that was Grant.
Yes.
Okay, I need to.
You do have a quarter of the enemy team.
I can't see them, but yes,
They're
I
there.
do. What? Okay. That's a song.
It is.
Why hasn't the Kitakazi tried to come around the corner? I suspect it's because of this. Because of the mics. I think you might have to go and poke my nose around the corner.
Well, you overmatch the Borodino and he doesn't overmatch you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also getting radared by a split. Kind of
Oh.
funny.
It's getting very, very, very frustrating. Now I'm going to blow my own eardrums out. That is
But I don't
much.
recommend-
Holy crap. Eventually I'll get there. No, bollocks. I'm taking torps because I was adjusting my volume. Ow. Hi, completely healthy Kerfurst. How are you doing?
Okay, the borrow died. Good.
Yeah, this is nothing to do with the stream audio. This is just literally what I'm hearing in my ears, which does not affect what you're hearing whatsoever. Now it's too
Stats
loud.
is clever.
Oh, I hope that flank's going well, because this flank is me.
I don't know. I've got a split behind me and a pair of Montanas in my face. But they're also not killing any of them. So... 50-50? Whose tops were that? Those were...
Oh, hi.
Ah, the Germans are there.
And the Italians.
A Motto...
Italians are a lot closer. It doesn't have the Duncan Soup Hill, it certainly does not.
No, and she doesn't have the torps either. She's got a solid heal, though. But she's a more... She's set up more like a conventional battleship.
Problem is, if
Rather
that
than
Kitakazi
the-
has IFHE, I am gonna melt.
Yes. Bad news,
Probably
their
not
Germans
long for
killed
this
your
war.
German.
Yeah. Their entire team is about to kill me, because they're all here. Yes, Grant, thank you very much to Big Bang for the t-shirt. I hope that arrives swiftly. And fits. Ow, 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 ow.
What's Dutch for ow, chat?
Oh. You get the piece.
Oh, keys. Okay, I have learned the ways of the bombs.
Okay.
Please tell me we're going to kill that other Montana. How was the trade? Oh god.
The same but spelled ow.
Min Lake
Stop
said.
dying!
So, I may be a little into turmoil. Thanks, Stats.
Nah. You and several other people. I had quite a few messages of people saying, damn you Stats, I bought Turmoil.
Was that the Stats gets to live out his fantasy of being J.D. Rockefeller?
Yes. It's a good game. It's a pretty simple game, but it's quite compelling. Oh, Grant, nice. That was a Montana.
Ow! That hurt. He's still got a Citadel on me.
You have the Glastonbury stream up on the other screen. You're watching On Vogue, who must now all be nearly 60, and they're still pitch perfect. Nice. Yeah, I had to look down the roster.
Cold Army's 666
I didn't
said.
recognize most of the
I
names.
bought turmoil also.
Nice. Yeah, I recognized maybe a third of the Glastonbury names. Yeah, you miss Twitch freezing and 120 viewers just going, nah, like, ugh,
My worry...
which we still haven't got back up to.
My worry is the Kerr first.
Yeah, he's still pretty healthy.
more because with the Cyclone, I'll be fighting him on his turn.
Mm-hmm. So if the Tirpitz meets something big, then the Tirpitz will hopefully do well. The Thud needs to fall in behind... Oh, no, he's just met the Som.
Like, I'm hoping the Tirpitz and the Thud don't just die. And I can help the Benson beat the Kitakazi. If you're the Kitakazi, where do you go here?
Code Army 666 reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
Yeah, the Tirpitz is dead.
Oh,
no, actually, maybe not. I don't think these Torps have quite enough speed.
I'm hard spotted.
No, actually, it's okay. Although he might be taking one that he didn't have to have by turning out. Okay, he's just found the code first. Yeah, Turmoil is off in the summer sale. I highly recommend that game. It's very, very good. Because when I was playing it on Wednesday, it was, I think it was like £11, €12, something like that. I think that was pre-discount. So if it's now on sale, even better.
Hell, please. Mino, kill him, please. Ensign, anyone, shoot him.
Oh, no, we got tops off. George!
Lean.
George.
No, not enough. Ah. Oh, 224.
Nice.
6 Citadels. Why is the Tirpitz ASWing the curve first?
Frozen tire.
Why is... Okay, well, there's the entire of the rest. Damn it, if I hadn't died, I could have done something there. Oh,
Your tires were 24.5 years old. What?
Isn't that illegal?
In the States, no.
Freedom for your tires to just randomly explode because they are as hard as the dinosaurs that were used to make them.
So you got through one set of tires in a year, and then the next set of tires lasted you 25 years. Ow. Yeah, they spell it with an I. We spell it with a Y. Oh, there's a tire recall. Oh, interesting.
These tires don't keep airing.
I do not think that the Spencer's going to... No.
Albemarle, he knows what he's doing.
We adopted hubcap. The original term was wheel plate, was it? I didn't know.
As I recall, they tended to explode.
Minlake
They
said.
tended to explode on the freeway.
You mean Yak got a lot of good years out of them?
Apparently.
God. That's such a bad joke, I don't think Stats realised.
No, I realized.
Wow,
Oh,
224k on a loss was enough to get... 1,400 base is enough for a 3 in this.
3? Oh, 1,400, yeah. Guys, kind of... I'm not sure what I think about the fact that it doesn't take the win-loss into account. I think it should use the unadjusted XP. It's not your fault that the team lost.
No, that's true.
Killer is literally young enough to be my son.
I am 29 this year.
Right. And off to a cracking start. I forgot to toggle the toggle, so now I have to click lots of things.
Like the wildest hire thing I've ever seen from the state is just cars on the freeway, and one of the cars is one of those like lifted pickup trucks. So the wheels are, relative to other cars, massive. And the wheel detaches from the axle, and then obviously once it's no longer being powered, it slows down, and the car that's like alongside catches it and does a front flip over the tire.
Right, 01.
Seabank, she has better plating. Her AP is better. It's got more pen. Well, it has more pen somewhat, but it also has regular fusing. The British battle cruisers have shorter fusing.
0.033 instead of 0.015.
Yeah, so you will get more citadels on bigger targets.
So my experience of playing this on
compared to
Tuesday was that the guns seem to be perfectly tuned for slapping the bigger cruisers. You'll still overpen the small ones, but if it's like a big armored kind of cruiser, you will pen the crap out of it.
Yeah, like,
Battleships,
like
I was struggling a
Gudon's,
little bit with.
Well, in that last fight, I was citadeling both of those Montanas.
But you were quite close to them.
No, the first one I was fighting at about 15
really?
kilometers.
Okay. Stay mid from it.
But yeah, so I don't have like the pen graph, as it were. But Wilhelm is more set up to fight big, chunky targets.
You'd have to, Talon-esque on YouTube, you'd have to ask the Thunderer player, I don't know. Although, when I wasn't really paying attention, but when they shot one of those volleys, I think HE was probably the reasonable choice, but yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, the Napoli died to a fire.
Exactly. Since I'm rich with the dollar exchange rate, fuck off. That man is causing me problems. My income, because it's directly dollar related, like my income goes up and down with
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality standard.
My income is down 11% since he came to power. Thanks, Trump. Unfortunate duality of the US economy is going to crap, and our government happens to, at the moment, be doing a really good job, because of course it is.
Damn competent governance.
Yeah, no, seriously, they're doing really well. Financially, they're doing great. So, I'm kind of like, oh, go them. But, you know, it does mean that I make less money.
And we could make a British streaming service called Bit.
Earning in one currency and spending in another.
I mean, to me, if you spell Tyre Tyre, I just think of the city that Alexander took.
Most people will pronounce that tier, right?
I have. In documentaries, I've always heard it pronounced tire.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, you know, yeah. No, I'm thinking of the Norse god.
Yeah. Yeah, him, Tyr, sure. But he's spelled T-Y-R.
Yeah. Hey, cousin. Thank you, MPX. You can stay. Oh, stop slapping the shit out of me. In Hanover.
Well, I just took 18k out of that Clausewitz.
That's nice.
And was a Citadel, so...
Kind of on your own, heading towards like 7 chips, so...
Yeah, I'm turning around.
Someone told you... No, and the people just said, where's Yak? So I just said he's changing a time.
Yeah. Okay, the Kremlin have...
Because people missed you, Yak. People notice when you're not here, because you are a pillar of the community. Or something. You... Really hoping I'm going to scare the shit out of this Cerberus when he comes out of his smoke screen. Which is going to be shortly.
Wilhelm bombs ain't great against destroyers. Well, we've lost the sea flag.
Yes. And your vampire post. Hit the pillar of the community, yeah. Pillar. My god, I thought the Cerberus smoke was nearly done. I'm gonna turn my guns to shoot the Utrecht, and in that time he's gonna appear in front of me. I just know it. Oh god, they're still full health. What the? I literally waited 10 minutes for that shot. We are winning. Just want to point that out. But I've done 10k damage. Uh-huh. Now maybe do that again, Mr. Wisconsin. You gonna let me? Yes, you are. Nice. I just multiplied my damage by 5 in 2 shots. I need to see him. The enemy team do not believe in caps. I need intelligence data. They don't believe in preserving their ships, no. They've somehow not got the caps and don't have any ships. GG Allo bots can hit high rolls. Wow, wargaming. Please support the whole and useless a burst more.
Me.
Not sure what an burst is, but you should do that.
As soon as someone tells me what it is.
Yeah, it's abstruders. But their request was quite clear apart from that. Yeah, when's the bug with the Hellfrick gonna be fixed, Ben? That's a good question.
Oh, for God's sake, because update's caught by the...
You are subject to the thing?
Yes!
Why are you not waitlisted?
Not above the law.
Why?
Because that would be stupid.
You can't type the word update.
No one can.
Yeah, but you're wargaming.
Yes.
Well, at least you're affected as well.
Oh, no, I'm fully aware. Because T-Bone PD is a alternative term for paedophile in French.
You're saying words that get blocked. Don't forget that this game covers the entire planet in many, many, many different languages, and so there's blacklists, obviously, for lots and lots of different languages.
Yes,
so if something's blocked and it makes no sense in English, doesn't mean it doesn't make sense in a different language.
Yeah. So we are working on like fixing that.
It's just the nature of having any kind of filtering system. It's known as the Scunthorpe problem. It's just it's a thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Can't have a filtering system that doesn't have false positives, unless potentially once agentic AI gets involved, because then there's context, and it might actually be able to do a good job once those kind of services kick in.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if a comment is one word, you can't tell what language it's supposed to be in.
Yes, the filter was added at player request. Because
there used to be a great pub on Fleet Street called the Old Cock Inn. Damn filters, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and so like it was added by player request. So it was added. It does have some false positives because we were trying to cover like 7-8 languages.
It's a decent team. Yes. You were bottom at 1200.
I was bottom. All I did was die.
Slowly. You died slowly.
So I smacked the DD and the super ship up.
I can't believe it's not a battle pass.
Yeah. But it's like, so... Because for 90% of moments, it's easily, like, filtered out. Like, if it's a moment of passion, if you're just angry and you type, no one is harmed by it.
Can you, though, Strange? Can you turn off that censorship? I know there's censorship mods for Asian stuff.
That mod has been updated for EU and NA.
But there's a mod that you can remove the filters, really?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
If you so wish.
Interesting.
However, obviously, because, like, we had someone complain about the filter, not because of the false positives, not because it was a suppression of free speech. Their argument, well, I guess technically it was, because their argument was that I should have the right to call someone a slur. And we're like, this isn't a public space.
No, it's not Speaker's Corner.
That's not how this works.
No. It's a private space that you've been invited into. That's not how that works.
Yes. You've agreed to abide by our rules. You've agreed to come into this environment that is our rules, and so no, we've decided
no, our house
shouldn't be allowed to call someone a slur.
Yeah, no, I've had comments like that, and many streamers have had that argument made to them about why did you ban me for saying this? What about free speech? Like, I would die to protect your right to free speech, but this is not a public forum. This is my house and my rules. Fuck off.
Yes. I'm not okay with you dropping the N-word or alluding to the fact that you wish to do so. It's like when we had the guy complain that we added a ship with an African name to the game. I will commend the official Discord for very quickly rallying around that as being an incredibly stupid line of argument to make.
Another thing that overmatches me on the other end. Gonna be a subwub.
Might catch the Des Moines here.
That'd be cool.
But yeah, so I mean, like, obviously we get a lot of the you're suppressing my right to free speech. It's like that's not a thing here.
I wouldn't phrase it like that.
Of course, I'm not going to phrase it like that, like to them directly. It's like, no, the most unfortunate case is when people try to apply their nation's law to the game.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That really doesn't work. Everywhere the game is, we abide by local law.
Can we please have a top-down camera for the bombs? Please.
Sure, I'll ask the devs to give you the German dive bomber view.
Thank you. No. It's like you think, oh, he's trapped, and then they disappear because there's a whole bit of the island that you can't see that's an indent. So that Des Moines gotaways go free. Even pressing M doesn't help because your view disappears. Kingdom for some plotting. Oh, good, the subs here.
Have you got your 15k airstrikes?
Yeah, 15k with a huge, Right, are you gonna move? Are you moving? What are you doing? Are you gonna... Got out of the whole thing. I hate these bombs. They're stupid.
Yeah, but when you hit someone with
A ship that is literally stationary can get out of the whole thing from a standing start. What is the point?
The players who don't pay that much attention. Joke's on you, Sang. I like the bombs.
A lot of people like the bombs, I'm just shit at them. Two things in the game I can't do. Submarines and Dutch bombs.
Dutch
Yes. Excite me more. They're not Dutch bombs, they're German bombs.
My main issue right now is how annoyingly resilient Castilias can be.
They can, that is true. Right, Des Moines, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going?
Would someone please kill the Spaniard?
Way out of my range.
There's a Republican in Utrecht over here. It's like, what's taking them so long? I have died because they took so long.
Yep, that's my full throw. No bomb hits, cool.
Well, the Des Moines got a death wish.
Yeah, it does.
Because he can't go from there.
Nope. Right, I've caught the Howdenly reversing. It cannot possibly get out of the box. Right? Right?
Left?
One bomb hit. It's so annoying. I don't understand how anyone enjoys playing with these bombs. It didn't get out of the box completely, but it mostly managed to do it.
I mean, you did also have several other planes shot down, so your drop box wasn't as big. I mean, the ship
Still
is
like-
fine even if you don't use the airstrip.
Oh yeah, it's totally fine. Like I was saying on Tuesday, I don't really care about the bombs because the ship itself is totally playable even without that. So you're not going to get huge damage numbers if you don't use the bombs as well. But the ship itself is quite enjoyable. I could tell if only Wargaming could hear what I was saying. Alas, they are never
I'm actually
here.
just a figment of all of yours imagination. I'm not actually real.
If only Wargaming stuff were present in most of my streams. They might
Well,
hear
still,
me
that
say
wasn't
they
smart.
might hear me say things like, "If only we had a destroyer line that had smoke that you could turn off and back on again."
And you're getting one. What if we had a cruiser line where you could switch to your secondaries? Oh, we're doing
I
that
know.
too.
But that idea I'm not so sure about, but yeah.
Well, you'll get to test it. As will several hundred other people. I look forward to reading the Discord when those ships get added for live testing. I look forward to reading all the complaints from people who didn't read the dev blog.
You want a Mad Max TV that's good at ramming. Well, when the manual secondaries come in, I would guess that we might get some more like Graf Zeppelin type ships coming along.
There's a couple carriers that we can do that would definitely benefit more from the feature. USS Saratoga is definitely one such candidate, because if we add her in her pre-war fit, she has 8 Pensacola guns.
My dear Dr. Sattler, welcome to Jurassic Park.
Oh God.
What's happening? Who am I?
What's happening is I'm being
What's my
broadsided by a
purpose in
Starling
life?
Ring.
What do I mean by who am I? Okay, calm down, get a grip now. Ooh, this is an interesting sensation.
Being
What is it?
broadsided
It's
by
sort
a
of
greedy
tingling
Starling
in
Ring.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
Ow. It's uncomfortable. Feeding him damage. What was that noise?
Carrier. That is the motorbike outside my apartment.
Oh.
Out the window. I live on a relatively busy street.
Yes, a tingling in your Rebel Alliance. You can get green for it.
Well, it's been a quiet week in Lake Wobegon, my hometown.
And boop. Oh, come on.
New browser tab opened.
No, don't. Homes make me so angry.
You are thinking of HMS Formidable at the Battle
Dang
of
it.
Cape Massaman.
Yes, completely correct. Have you know that your plans this weekend include reviewing, saving, and closing a bunch of tabs? What a weekend.
It's a very German thing to do.
It's a very German thing to do. It's a very proud thing to do. Another solid team.
Yes.
Would you be interested in some more company?
By all means. It's TC, isn't it?
Yeah.
You make it sound like I'd be opposed to him.
Thoughts? Hello, how you doing?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you both doing?
It's been a bit hectic today for some reason. I don't know why.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that.
There's been Twitch problems. There's been I've only just got back up above the number that I was up to when Twitch had problems an hour ago. Thanks, Twitch. And there's been people chatting on YouTube, which I'm not used to, which is really weird. Hi, YouTube.
Excellent.
Discussion about the Research Bureau.
Yeah, I did point a YouTube question to your video on that anyway.
On which video?
Your video on the Research Bureau.
Yeah, so I was talking about that earlier because there's the reset is coming up soon in about 3 weeks. And so and I haven't spent my double yet, so it's an opportunity for me to record a double to remake that video. So I think I will, because it's 5 years old now, it needs a refresh. So I think next month I'm going to be remaking that video. Which will be fun, because I haven't made a proper, like, edited video for a long time. Dust off my skills. Double to you is a yummy burger at In-N-Out. Nice. Right, okay, we're doing this apparently. We're going to be in the queue for a while.
How we find instant queue, I bet.
Press the button, Kronk.
Yeah, I don't know whether Grant will be checking TC's build or not. They also have stats.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hope Grant is sitting down.
Oh, really? Okay.
It is the only ship of this type that I have not done that to.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Feel free to look and then say how wrong it is.
I've gone with the Baz build compared to whoever it is in the dev team that writes the in-game guides.
I've gone with what I can only describe as the Italian.
The Italian.
That doesn't.
Yeah. This
doesn't help us. Ah, right. That.
We all have different builds. Interestingly, that's really interesting.
Armored Prayer once said,
All hail TC Freer, the champion for us players that love our secondary builds.
Yes.
I mean, like, I am running just like a standard, regular battle build.
Yep.
I'm running here.
He's using a different captain, I think.
Yeah, I'm using the one with the posh mustache.
Yeah, I'm using Conrad for the talent thing. If he can't be built for secondaries, I mean, it can be built for secondaries. Just because you
if he had improved
doesn't mean you
secondary
should.
dispersion, she would have a decent secondary battery. Just look how many guns she's got per side. It would be more Schlieffen than Libertad.
I mean, what's your reload on your airstrike?
81.6. If you build for the airstrike, it's a significant difference.
I've also noticed something kind of funny.
Well,
when she was first in testing, she had ship-based ASW.
Yes.
We still have the depth charges modelled on her stern.
Oh, interesting. Does G still work? No. You remember to turn the G off.
It would be quite funny if it didn't.
Yeah. That'd be hilarious if it gone splush, splush, splush. Yeah, you can exactly T-bone. I can strike more frequently and not get any hits. Absolutely. Oh no, I beg your pardon. I was wrong earlier. There is a switch penalty. It's about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Let's shoot the Howland.
Can't shoot the Howland?
Yep, sure so.
He's gonna run aground.
Missed.
Kind of want to save my airstrike for the Yamato.
If he comes in, I don't think he will. Hello! Da boop!
La boop.
So 451's talking through that gap.
Well, I think what obviously we need to do here... pair our airstrikes and drop them all in the Yamato.
Yep. I'm going to push up around this side of the islands.
No.
Because then I might be able to see El Chico. Oh, let's turn that one.
No, he's broadsiding because of the AP. Runs, we cook him alive.
Ooh, that's awkward. Did I miss something? I must have missed something.
No.
If you switch to the ASW coins,
Yeah.
it then goes back into a timer.
So it works like so. There's a switch penalty, but the reload is shared, so it shouldn't reset the counter. But there is a penalty to switch, during which time I think it's paused. So if you keep switching back and forward while you're reloading, you will never reload. So you need to let it run. But once it's loaded, you can just switch back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Yang Torps to the right, watch out.
Yep. Got a Costello protecting me.
To Kukuyami. TC, watch the Torps on your right. I don't think they're stopping because the
sub is on the
Lucian Torps.
surface.
Okay. I'm stopping.
Well, if he's a 4501 running on the surface, we're quicker than him.
I'm spotted. He's dived.
Yep, hard left. He is, like, here. And judging by the damage he did to TC, he's within 3 kilometers.
Of TC. Interesting. Okay, so he's between us then. If only there was a 2501 that can come and do the thing you do.
We'll do it ourselves.
Don't need them, do it ourselves. A little bit concerned that everyone's going to leave the 4501 behind us, and then it's going to go, ha. It's still down.
Well, let's keep working over the... It's like a perma-fire on him. Nope. Tops to my left.
Yeah.
He's running for the border. Yeah, he's within 3k of me.
Yes. Trouble is, I'm now spotted by the Lucian. I'd very much like the Yamato to not be on our broadside. That'd be great.
Yes.
He's put out another fire.
Okay, it's gotta be dead now, surely.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Nice.
Okay.
Hard right rudder. Lucian Torps in the water.
Yeah, but there's a 4501 behind us somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep. There's the
I could've
rest of
done
them.
without that set.
There he is.
We get 3 bombs. Bop, bop. And bop, and bop.
Two splashes, no...
Maybe
no
DOT?
dots.
No, no DOT. He's coming up.
Does he dies?
So what? He's coming up, up. Why?
Well, he dies.
All right then. Let's wiggle before we get murdered by Lucien.
Okay, Des Moines next.
He's running away.
Yep. TC Talonesque on YouTube says, "Hello, TC."
Hello.
Oh, well, there's the Gino then. Let's get him. He's scary.
Svea or Willem?
Very different ships.
Yeah, they're extremely different. It's impossible to answer that question without knowing more about you as a player, Keith. They are very, very, very different ships. Hi, Des Moines. I hated Svea. I did, but that doesn't mean it's a bad ship.
Nice one.
35k.
Lose TC that. Good news in, the Lucian hadn't worked his way around us. Gina must have got to a heel.
Me.
Is that the StatsBloke version of Nearoffer?
There's the second sub.
Yeah.
Oh, bloody hell.
Thanks for making a hole.
You're welcome. I also killed the G9 for you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I missed with the bombs.
Yeah. And he's gonna wait, even though he was turning right when I dropped that, he's now managing to turn left because Libertad. That's not a sound I wanted to hear.
Spartan, you are missing Huron and the Tier 3 Commonwealth Cruiser, Caradog, I think. Which technically never served in the Royal Canadian Navy, but was part of the Royal Navy sort of squadron in that area.
Gonna be 2-2.
Hmm.
Why are you going to the cap that we already have where there's no one there? Never mind, I just answered my own question. Let's leave that one. Talking of Canadians, Bogsy. I'm fairly sure Bogsy is not Canadian. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be 2-2. Ah, TC's gonna take a summer song, okay. Alright. I approve.
Thank you. I realise I've become a little bit rusty with it.
Was my first ever high level premium or special? Was it tier 9 or tier 10? Well, if it's high level, it's tier 9 or 10 by definition. What? I don't know. I have no idea. Technically, it's Kerr first.
Slowly I turned.
Because when I got Kerr first, it was Tech Tree, and now it's a special.
Inch.
So technically, Kerr first. Because that was one of the first tier 10s that I got. And the last two non-really low tier premiums that I bought were Scharnhorst and Hood. And then I became a CC, so after that everything's kind of irrelevant. The last premium that I bought was Hood.
Good man.
Scharnhorst, however, magnificent. Like me, Scharnhorst. Rusty camo, yep. The camo that I like, though, is the one that has the shark mouth on the front. It's an anniversary camo. It looks like an anime camo, but it's not. The FTC's rust has fallen off. Yeah, so the rating is just based on the XP that you get, Timian. So if you make the bar, you make the bar. Like whether you are on a winning or losing team is apparently irrelevant. It's just the number.
Yeah. Well, good luck, TC. I'll be reloaded as soon as I can. Against a fellow William Stats, best place to shoot him is under the funnel.
Yep. Oops, I really hope they don't have range, but I'm pretty sure they do. I can't not take all of those, so we're just gonna stay here. Honk, 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 honk.
Something just took a torpedo.
It's the Wilhelm or the Destroyer.
Something else just took a torpedo.
It's gotta be the Wilhelm. Oh, the Elbing's got a double strike. That's really bad for him.
Yes. Two ships sitting above the island. Lotad's going into D.
Yep.
Oh no, I just chose a really bad timestamp. Oh god, oh that's terrible. Oh no.
There's two destroyers.
Oh no.
I must
Yes,
go.
there are.
Patron Spartan
I was expecting
029.
one set, but not this other set. Oh no, and I can't. I'm not sure if I can get out of the way of these
That
ones.
can't be from the Z though.
No. Ow, ow.
Ow, I'm nailed by the limit.
How was that? No, really? Like, what? Whose talks?
I think there's a
was
Brisbane.
that Brisbane? Must be Brisbane.
There's a Brisbane around here somewhere, yeah.
But it hasn't. It's just torping. It hasn't shot anything.
Yeah.
But no, I was behind smoke. It's true.
I'm spending.
things trying to...
No, I mean... There's way more faults than we expected on the flank.
Oh, these bombs are infuriating. You're like, oh yeah, there's no way they can possibly... Yes, there is. Because Libertads can go like...
What's the ability range on that?
Gonna be... On a what?
On a what?
On a Wilhelm.
12-2. There's
Oh, that's... Yep.
There's that.
Yep. There's that and the Brisbane.
Can't get away from that.
Like we're going to 2-3 town. I just killed the set.
Nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, in theory, the Inchon will tear the Brisbane a new one.
I'm my HE Citadel if you guys like it. Because I've got
No,
HE
you
loaded
don't
for the
have
destroyer.
enough.
No?
Not enough pen. Shit. Willem doesn't get improved British HE pen, and those 419s don't have enough, I think.
Really? Brisbane Citadel is on the outside?
Yeah, it's the same hull as Mino.
Okay. It's Dan corrected.
The historians among the community make an argument that Brisbane is probably closer to what it would have, the design would have been had to be built compared to Minotaur.
Somehow you're going to escape from that box. Somehow. You're going to pull a magic lever and somehow you're actually going to manage to get out of the box. It's going out up out the top of the cap, so I am going this way.
Nice, good work by Stalin and...
Uh-oh, he's looking at me! Oh, he just shot, that's nice. Oh no, that's his secondaries.
No, that's his secondaries. Ooh.
Ah! Woohoo! Yeah, direct.
Nice shot. Stalin Pezzo de Murder.
Yes. Stalin, piece of shit.
That sounds...
I have the translation tool installed.
Ah.
And the Stalingrad says, your mother.
Oh no, Wix. We can't do a Commonwealth destroyer line because it would all be copy and paste British ships, and we don't have any modelers. Sorry, that's a bugbear I have at the moment with vocal members of the Discord. So Wargaming can't make new models, everything's just a swap.
Okay, it gets better. Wisconsin's really going for it now. Oh wow! Now we've got the racial, not slurs exactly, but the national stereotypes. Cool. Stalingrad says, "Shut up and make pizza" in Dutch.
I mean, the Stalin played that brilliantly, frankly. He did exactly what he needed to do. So, yeah, I mean, it's like the same person will complain that we're doing, like, another nation's Fletcher, but then 3 lines later we'll go, when are we getting New Jersey? Which would be a clone of an Iowa.
Don't think you did, Cog. I think that was a gun or something.
Well, it depends how accurately you model New Jersey, because...
No, that doesn't matter to them. It's an Iowa. It's a clone.
No, New Jersey's not actually 100% Iowa.
Doesn't matter to these people.
She
We'd
has
reuse the hull. It's in Iowa.
her bow is slightly longer because she borrowed Kentucky's, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So technically, it's
Yeah, but these people don't.
It's double
these-
Iowa.
Imagining
people don't care.
myself. I'm just imagining myself in the CM role that you're currently doing in the Discord. I'd be like, yeah, cool story, bro. Because I wouldn't understand what anyone is saying. I'd be like, yeah, cool. And I don't know whether that would be better or worse.
Smolensk.
Smolensk's a real design.
No,
No
yeah.
Torps.
No, I'm just hoping someone does kill it before it sees me, because
But
It stopped to smoke.
So it's just one of these like arguments of like the next line will be insert low effort because we can't model new ships, even though that's totally bollocks.
that really does annoy. I get why it annoys you, but it actually really annoys me as well with the way that they comment that and how that was commented.
It's like the game is 10 years old. We've modeled a lot of stuff. Why wouldn't we reuse stuff when it makes sense?
They're a Mel Gibson clan.
Maybe.
Airfest is from a clan called Mel G.
They can take our freedom.
So, yeah, no, I have very little patience for certain elements of the community.
They could be fans of Mel and Sue, it's true. Yeah.
We might win this one, Stats.
You think?
Just ever so slightly, possibly. 136k spots, nice.
Cool. Turns out that wasn't a loss. They're good.
Yeah, come see, come see.
Gets +1. That's 3-2. What is the exact condition? There 50k and yeah, 50 bomb hits. That's not happening. The cool camo. Yeah, this is actually the Dutch tricolor camo, which I just really like as a camo, but it just happens to be a Dutch ship. And so I was like, oh, I've got one of those. I'll stick on because I really like this camo. It's very cheerful. Utrecht.
Yeah, I've not played it before.
Oh, bucket of paint. Yeah. Oh, you've not played it?
Yeah.
Well, if you wouldn't say this will be a loss, yeah. Not do anything for the first 15 minutes so that the yak hypothesis kicks in.
I know it's only just coming to the end of June and almost July, but I've just had an email to pre-order an advent calendar.
No.
Wow,
No.
The Christmas offensive has begun earlier than expected.
No. My tomato plants don't even have flowers yet. No.
Didn't want to pull the trigger.
Misfire. Court martial.
Sorry. Don't bum me.
Well, I mean, Chieftain, you could use the advent calendar to waft your face. So, you know.
This one has 25 different chocolates. Ooh. I'll be in trouble otherwise if I don't type as well.
The year advent calendar. So last year I think Bort got it for me. I had rocks, which I opened on stream, which was really, really fun. So maybe I'll try and get another like novelty or sciencey kind of one this year, because that was really, really cool.
I have a whiskey one.
Yeah, whiskey would be cool. Maybe not for streaming. But there's lots of ones like that you can get. Oh, I thought I wasn't spotted firing them for a second, but it was just really slow. Des Moines on the corner.
Yep.
Wearing the Borg camo.
So's the enemy Montana.
Belglanes. Lino can do his thing, a whiskey calendar would fine. I don't mean in terms of, like, terms of service. I just mean in terms of I don't think getting drunk on stream is a good plan.
Okay, the Des Moines has decided that he doesn't want to sit on the island.
Yeah, I think the Des Moines saw bombs and went, nope. Remy's, hello from Redacted. Let's play Guess Where Remy's is.
The Chagos Islands.
Probably not Singapore again. Or Hong Kong, no, Hong Kong.
West Taiwan.
Taiwan? Mm. Yeah, but I don't drink, so I can get drunk on a thimble, so there's that.
The usual wargaming recruitment strategy won't work on this.
Get them drunk and bundle them in the back of a van.
I mean, that's technically what happened to Baz.
Uh-huh.
We cornered him in a pub in Chatham.
Nice. His promising career in solar physics went out the window.
Well, how many jobs do you know in the hiring for antimatter containment?
I mean, right now? It's a pretty big field of research.
Also depends
Plus,
on where you're looking.
that wasn't his field. Well, in the UK, there weren't them. You know, breaks.
Right.
Well, but it would have been actually with the fusion work that's going on.
Yeah, exactly. There's loads of stuff going on with solar stuff. Loads.
Oh, there is. But that's also not his field of specialty.
Right.
He was more. Yes, I daren't say it in case I get it wrong, but it's like deep space observation kind of stuff.
Oh, right. But again, like, there's JWST's online, the new, what's it called? The Vera C. Rubin Observatory's just opened. Like, there's some serious stuff going on with astronomy and cosmology right now. It's the The Hubble tension needs to be resolved. That's a huge area of research. There's some new suggestions of what dark matter might be that needs to be researched. And that can have massive technology implications.
Yeah, got the Oranje with some bomb. We didn't kill him though.
I may have done as well. I did not, and I held my shot, so now he's still alive.
But yeah, I mean, like, Fructini got hired at a pub on a boat, even.
How many ships do I have to go behind to not get torped by whatever is in our spawn?
It's a shimmer, he's dead.
No, those are deep water torps. The Sashio
It's
is
a
talking,
Sashio, he's going
talking
to
across the
the
spawn.
shoulder.
Yes.
Oh, good, and I'm running towards a Jaeger. That's great. I can't believe I held that shot. Based on my record of hitting things with bombs. That was not a good decision.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised by that.
Once more into the breach.
I'm really hoping this Monty goes across this gap broadside because I've got guns on it.
I think he's gone.
Okay. Yeah, he's gone.
Are you wouldn't you say
Yes.
gone?
Yes.
He's jumped the gap.
No, he hasn't.
No, I bet he has. Like,
No, he hasn't. That's right there.
Shoot him then. Shoot him.
Yes, yeah. Drop, hop, do it.
I've already shot. You said he's gone, so I shot the Burgoyne.
You still gonna hurt the Burgoyne. Oh, TC died to Monty. Did the Monty smack you, then the secondaries killed?
That's why I was kind of saying, like, the Monty's there, and he's right there.
I have overcommitted. He is gonna kill me here. Please reverse, please reverse, please reverse. Oh god, the Awami.
Battery damage increased. And Jagdgeslachter. Hello. That's hard to say.
Oh. Mental note, do not play that ship again.
Utrecht's brilliant.
Well, maybe play the ship, but maybe don't go hi to a Montana who's right there.
It's polite.
You, I mean, yes, they weren't polite. That's the problem.
Yeah, they shot you.
No, the problem is not your manners.
Exactly, it's their manners.
Pushing Jaeger. This is a bad plan. Strike damage increased. Yeah, now I can do even more damage per bomb I don't hit. Yup. Take the alpha increase on the AP though. 14,245. That's pretty nice. You have spied activities. Alright. I won't tell anyone you're in chat. Please do, because it's far away, and thus I narrow down your location. Remiz is not in chat.
Did my eyes deceive me? That was a solid bomb hit on the Monty.
Yes, it was. Which surprises me, because he's somehow during that he turned 90 degrees and I still hit him. So, I'm not sure what's going on there.
You're learning.
Yeah, well, he obviously hasn't been to the anti-interrogation training, because I literally just used a classic technique to trick him into saying that's not where I am. And he fell for it.
Yeah, but,
So
but he's
I
also
think
like...
he needs to go back to training.
You haven't really narrowed it down by not a country in Central Africa.
Just a matter of time. Maybe you are in chat. Maybe you are a chat.
Like, is he working with French intelligence then? Ah yes, because that's how you catch a French spy, just call their mobile, and that's their ringtone, like, oh.
Is that the modern equivalent of good luck, chaps?
Yeah.
Best of luck, chaps. Ow. We're not winning this one, are we? No.
No. Yes and no.
Because we have all the caps right now. But I am going to run out of health pretty rapidly. And eventually, this Jaeger is going to get a good volley on me. Been able to do the shuffle so far, but he's working his way around to my left. And there is nothing to stop him doing it. Why does it get so many torps? Ow. Main battery damage increased. 14,526 now. Yes, Blucher. Hydro things for me. Does the Benson enjoy it? That wouldn't be the first destroyer I would pick as a destroyer I like, but I do like it. Minute 18. This is where all our teams start to die. Okay, nice of you to join us. "24 seconds. That dispersion. I am sorry, Jaeger. I feel bad for that. Oh, okay. They ran out anyway. He is still inside my detection. He's pretty close to the cap. Nice. 171,000.
Congratulations.
I got a pain, so.
I got the turned up award.
I procced Conan O'Brien's thing 3 times. Have you played Brisbane before?
I played mine now. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I mean, the armor models are the same.
That's 4-2? 4-2. Going pretty good. You got lucky. First doubloon random was for 100 of those new tokens. Spend them on 3 of the token. Oh, nice. Pulled Cambridge. Cool. Yeah, I'll be doing Cambridge when I've finished this one. Good name. Captain Flappy.
I'm more interested about the Kagero.
Aimbot enjoyer.
Yes, hamster, we are. It should be fixed.
Do we get our
soonish.
backdated bomb drops? So like the first match that we play once it's fixed, we get like 50 bomb drops.
No.
Oh.
That would probably break the server.
1,000 elite commander XP per failed bomb drop?
No.
Day premium?
Years premium? I need to get more. I need to get over 30.
Sincere and heartfelt apology. No? No sincere and heartfelt apology.
It will fix it.
Buff to Benham?
No.
Yeah. Transfer the bomb drops to Benham. Benham with all the torps and bombs.
Torpedo reload booster on Benham?
Yes. You clean your vacuum cleaner, you make your vacuum cleaner, and you are a vacuum cleaner.
Flawless
What?
logic.
What?
What?
It makes
It
perfect
doesn't
sense.
even make sense.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
If you clean your vacuum
Oh, you
cleaner,
make your vacuum
You make your
cleaner.
vacuum
Yeah,
cleaner.
yeah. I see. Fair enough.
and therefore you
And
are a vacuum
cleaner.
cleaner.
Yeah, no, you're right. That does make sense. Yes. English is stupid. That's Get Out. Actually, Get Out. That is terrible, Chieftain. You should be ashamed of yourself. It's awful.
Ooh, a Seattle.
Yes.
Aye. Do you want to see this yak?
No, I'll hard swat him myself in a moment.
Okay.
He's still there.
Let's just clear the island so I can get a line of sight.
I don't need a line of sight. He's just there. In Seattle things. Oh, did he actually reverse? Yeah, he reversed. Who's talks to these? Hitakazi. Ooh, do they have range of that poison? Because I think he'll take them if they do. Can we get more Deadeye battleships, Killer Bin?
Radar.
Radar up?
No. Never mind. It's a sub. It's a sub. Yep.
They are going to push the left flank because the only thing there is the sturdy.
Is it?
Stubby's in that horrible position.
So I'm going to turn out and kite just to give them something to be against them. Presumably their 190 is over there as well.
No, the sub's trying to kill me. He's in the B.
Yep.
Yeah.
He must have come across the top.
He's in that spot where I can't see him with radar and I've got to get closer with Hydra.
Kind of unusual for a sub to go. Oh, I'm spotted. Is he like in the gap behind the kidder?
No,
Because
you
I'm
might have the
spotted.
Gigero. You probably have the
That's
Gigero.
really not good if he's... Okay, he's in the cap. He's either like 2 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
Well,
It is
I
at
just
2
did.
o'clock.
I just did 30k to an Alaska with bombs.
It's probably there. Hi, Monty.
Well, I don't think
Hi.
you're turning out, Stats.
Nope. I wanted to, but I was hoping I would go unspotted, but I didn't. So, yeah, I live here now. What are you doing, Monty? You going backwards? Forwards? Just sitting? Oh my god, he's still there. Why do raids always turn up when you're about to die horribly? Why? Why is this? Hello, Tiger's Den. How you doing? How is your crafting of roads? When I dropped in, it sounded
male
like...
enemy captains.
No. When I dropped in, it sounded like whoever it was you were playing with, I can't remember, was having problems. I hope that they got those sorted out. I don't remember who it was now. Thank you very much, and welcome in. We are trying to ronk my villain to Airstone. And this Montana is slowly learning that he shouldn't broadside me. Thank you so much. Why did you win 4 times? Because, yes. You got it sorted? Nice. Excellent. I'm dead now.
Same. I might take the other enemy Wilhelm with me.
Tilted 74 is subbed for 21 months total at tier 2.
No vehicles were harmed during the stream. StatsB nod yes, StatsB notes.
Nice. The Tilted is one of those people where as long as they're present, the technology works. Classic IT help desk person. Your PC doesn't work and then you call the help desk and then suddenly everything's fine. You can have multiple of the same vehicle? Yes, you can, yep. Yep. We are currently winning.
Marincana said.
I have super shiny, super cool looking nails. Ha!
Very nice. Did you do it yourself or did you go to a salon? You did it yourself during a pub quiz. Nice. Does that mean you've been out? The Yo and DeWitt, they were in another match earlier today. I mean, people are allowed to play more than one match of World of Warships a day.
In fact, we encourage it.
Chrissy Costanza. Congratulations on your unnaturally tinted keratin. Do you find that works as a pickup line? Hope they're taking breaks. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. They're still on from when you and Grumbles were playing. We're still winning. I think, chaps, after this one, I'm going to take a little break and do a giveaway and stuff if you guys want to...
I am going to
toddle off
head
or
off.
stretch your legs or whatever.
A couple of things to attend to before
Yeah, no
tomorrow,
worries.
so I will catch you gents later.
He's going to down a pint of Bisto. That's what's going to happen.
No, I've already had that. A colleague went
Right,
to the UK, he got me a big tub of chicken gravy and a big tub of regular. Very happy.
I'm still waiting for confirmation on your Greg's Mule on the Greg's Mule deal.
Right, meal deal. You can
Take
send him
care.
a great
No,
meal deal.
mule.
Cheers, mate. Good night.
Mule deal, can I Ben?
Mule deal?
Yes.
2 asses for the price of 1.
No, I want HMS Manchester and go.
Oh.
I
Sponsored by
have
Greg's.
offered.
A Greg's collab.
I have
Be
offered
awesome.
to be. I have offered to be a Greg's Mule for Ben. Next year.
Right.
I will make two return trips every month. And I will deliver Greg's in return for HMS Manchester.
We're still winning. We're still winning. This is good because this is
Plenty
my
of
just
time.
this is my just play game, so that's cool.
Mhm.
This means we'll be 5-2. Kendo's going for it. He sees him. Just shot the Kiev instead. Great is cool. That is fine. "53 seconds. Then we'll take a break. For those of you hanging out over on YouTube, the giveaway will be run on Twitch. So if you want to participate, you need to make sure that you are over in Twitch chat by the time I get back from my little break, which will be about 4 minutes. Oop. 5-2, nice. I did nothing but we won. Right, well, if you're sticking around, TC, I will be back in a few minutes, but there will also be a giveaway, of course, so you've got a little while. And I will speak to them.
Oh.
Shells in the air. Captex.
Doesn't even connect. Oh,
Here
the
come the
Moine
bombs.
of replacement number 1 is... Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, this is gonna be nasty. Oh, ow, ow, oh. Oh. Oh, that is dirty.
Okay.
That is. Oh. Oh, I need a shower. Oh, the red team right now they are laughing. I can hear them laughing from here. Holy crap.
That was an oof moment right there.
Get out of the way, Wreck. Seriously, get out of the way, Wreck. Get out of the way. Oh god, what have I done? I was expecting it to disappear. Normally they sing and then they disappear. No, that would have made a difference. Hi. 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 My button's not working. Where's my... Does everyone understand, class? Does everyone understand? There are several pieces of information being presented. I'm ignoring all of them apart from one, so that I can still miss the submarine because the splodge isn't in the right place to start with. Focus up, seriously. Right. Ads aren't quite over because I was quicker than I said I would be, so we'll just hang out for a bit. If you are hanging around over on YouTube and you want to come for this giveaway, you've got a few seconds to get over to Twitch. Hello, Remies. Welcome back from chat. I have several snacks.
Armored Prayer 1 resubbed with Prime for 43 months total. Rocket launch detected.
Armored Prayer, thank you very much for the 43 months. Chat, yes. Or not chat. Ads are over, so let's do a giveaway. Oh, actually, I need my spreadsheet, which I forgot to open. All right, so let's do let's do 3 bonus bundles and a CC crate. The bonus bundles contain 40 items, 10 of each of the 3 blue XP bonuses, and 10 camos for a total of 40 items with absolutely no RNG whatsoever. The CC crates can potentially drop you a tier 8 ship. So, if you would like to enter, you need to be watching on Twitch, you need to know where your whispers are, you need to be playing World of Warships PC version, NA, EU, or C regions. It is 1 entry per person. If you would like to enter, you will have 60 seconds to type !bloke away, and you can do that anytime from now, while YouTube sits in awkward silence because DMCA. Maybe I could feed YouTube some elevator music instead. Probably could do that. They can't see what you're typing, Chieftain. Yes, Wix, they would. Because the way my setup currently works, I can't separate that. recording of me just counting. 60, 59, 58. Yeah, that would work. Or me, like, impersonating the music. Yeah. Okay. Only 46 entries. The 3 bonus bundles are gonna go to Wixatron and Psyhamster and Sangloon. All 3 of you will be receiving a whisper that says hi, because that's how I open the whispers. Because you have to type something in order to open the whisper, so I type hi. Be needing in-game names and servers, please. Thank you very much. But hold on, because we will draw the CC crate next. Do 3 of 3 for EU so far. And the CC crate goes to Yes. Congratulations, Top Chats. I have whispered you. Please give me your in-game name and server, either in the whisper or in the chat. And we'll get you a CC crate. And snack number 2. Nice Wix. Yeah, those subscriber the CC bundles, like the bonus bundle, is actually a really good price because 30 blue bonuses? It's pretty nice. I know it doesn't include the credit ones, but still 30 blue bonuses. It's pretty good. When you consider that one of the prices that can come out of the CC crate is 35 of one type. It's pretty nice. It's nice there's no randomness. The chance if sorry. For some reason the whisper didn't highlight. I'm sitting there waiting. There you go, Chaz. Please let us know what you get if you can. If you didn't read ones, yeah, for sure. Exactly, Hamster. If you think from that logic, like it's worth... No, it doesn't really work like this, but it's worth 6 super containers, you know? Which, if you think about it, it's pretty good. Okay. So this is now what I call a just play. Because we've played 7 and won 5. So I just need to play 3 more games, and it doesn't really matter whether they are wins or losses. I would like them to be wins, but... Is TC back?
Yes.
Good. Boop emoji. Like the, you know, the new boom kill effect? That, but instead of saying boom, it says poop. 15,000 coal. Good. Yeah, 15,000 coal is the most likely. Sorry, the most likely prize.
Left or right?
I'm going right because hopefully I'll be able to cuddle up to that island by the buffer. Yeah, also like if you like all the captains, if you play that nation, then obviously it's really good. I've had conversations with people where they're like, should I get Kuznetsov? I'm like, do you play the Russian ships? Like, no. Like, well, then don't get it. So the captains are only as useful as, you know, the nations that you play. Oh, Republic, I pen all of you with my bombs, which I'm not going to get hits on. So we are going to try and get close to you. Available Pan American premiums? Well, premiums full stop, because it's obviously not a very fleshed out nation. But again, that's a consideration when you get the captain, you know? You're going to get a captain for a nation which has a lot of ships, or are you going to get a captain for a nation that doesn't have a lot of ships? The Rebs pushed. Gone away. Ooh, maybe a little cheeky star here around the corner. Maybe. Did I just get all the barrels? I think he's going too fast then. Oh, Incomp, hi. Could you please stay there? Be good. Like the rep's gonna go away, but Zhao. Incomp, sit, heal. Woohoo, worth it. Going too fast, I can't catch him. Still worth it. We have 2 buffs. They have no buffs. Cliff is pretty cliffy. I think Incom shouldn't be able to drop that. To chase or to go back?
Press W.
My concealment's really good in the Howland's dead, so I can... This crap keeps punching me in the face though. So I can go dark and jump to the next island. Shinano appears to be busy elsewhere. Yeah, I think they are. Yep, and for obvious reasons, I approve. And that's the exact reason why I love that build, because it's just like donk, donk, donk. It's just relentless. And if people don't realize quickly enough, they'll make stupid mistakes in front of me. I think that Incomp is coming towards you at full speed.
Yep, I'm hoping so.
No, I just smoked him. I hate these bombs. I'm so bad at these bombs. I'm so incredibly bad. Why am I so useless at the bombs? Was there a repub? Yeah, it's a repub that I'm bombing, which means I pen it from stem to stern. So it's a fantastic bomb target. These bombs go through that like butter. Nice. Right, he's intent on charging at me. Let's see if he'll go straight. Oh my god, that was too much lead. I am so shit. I don't know how it's possible. Okay. Requires user error on your opponent's part. It requires them to not maneuver, and it requires you to get the lead right, as with all of the Dutch bombs. It's very, very similar to Torps, because the lead time is so long. Tightly grouped? No, I think they're the same as the heavy cruisers. Season of what, Shadowrunner? No, that's true, Prayer, but I'm convinced that most players don't see the bombs coming because we're so desensitized from seeing ASW planes all the time, and because the symbol is the same, you can't tell the difference just by looking at the map. And most people don't look at the map, and so I'm convinced that when people dodge them, most of the time it's just a random movement that is not actually anything to do with them dodging you. It's just, they just happen to turn left. Obviously, like with torps, you can predict if someone's going to do that because they might have a reason to turn left or turn right or stop or whatever. And it's exactly the same with torps. If you just constantly torp the white line, you're not going to hit that much because people have reasons to change course and speed. And you need to account for that. But yeah, I think a lot of the apparent dodging is actually just them reacting to other things. Some of which you can predict and some of which you can't. 62,292 for 3 citadels. Nice. I will take that. Thank you, Vermont. Did that sting? Peaks connoisseur. Fantastic. Oop, indeed. The season of World of Warships doesn't have seasons. What do you mean clan battles? I have no opinion about clan battles. You were sad broadside to me, cheeks connoisseur. Same thing would have happened to you in 2015. I play too many battle harassment update. Oh right, sorry Shadowrun. It's just there are a few things in the game that are called seasons, like ranked and clan battles. So I was a little bit confused about what you meant. What are my thoughts on the upcoming update? Is there anything specific in the update that you would like me to have a thought about? Because frankly, I can't remember what's in it. Because I usually don't worry about that until it arrives. But if there's something specific that is on your mind... I will take that result. That's quite nice. Cool. So this will not be a 50-50. That's reading the news is rarer than him liking the Dutch bombers. Yeah, it's not wrong. You were the Vermont? Yeah, I think I was unspotted for quite a long time, right? So you didn't know I was there. That's gonna surprise myself. That was 62k, 3 citadels. Surprised me as well. Exactly, Molly. So the way that I do it now, basically, is I judge from what I see people talking about as to what I need to pay attention to, essentially. Like if there's something that's coming up that a lot of people are like, oh, did you see this thing, blah, blah, blah. Just not when you're talking to me necessarily, but when you're talking to each other in Discord and in Twitch chat and in other channels. That's kind of how I know what to pay attention to. It's going to be a Star Trek collab. There is a Star Trek collab. That's not a is going to be. That is, there is. It is live now. The US destroyers, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I haven't had a chance to test them yet. I need to try and test them before that comes along. If I don't, it's not a problem. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that because that concept is something that I've been asking for a while. So looking forward to it. I really hope I like them because that is literally something that I've asked for. So I really hope I like them. Did you see all the wargaming stuff? We'll have to wear cat suits with ears and whiskers for future streams. No, why? Alright, so that is 6-2. 2 more. Oh, should we do a prediction? We have reached that juncture. Willem, final 2. Let's go with a 3 option. We haven't done that for a while, so let's go win. 1 of each. Lost. Get your brains working a bit. There is a prediction in Twitch chat. You can use your channel points either directly by clicking on the banner or via the channel points button underneath the chat box. And you can enter a custom amount up to 250,000 points if you wish to by clicking the enter custom amount link and typing a number in the box. And there you have 3 choices: win, lose, or 1 of each. Obviously, 1 of each has a higher chance of happening than the other 2, so bear that in mind. Florida and Virginia are getting a makeover. Are they? If usually when do you mean like a model update that's not usually quite as spectacular as it sounds? That usually just means they've adjusted something or given it a better texture. You can't vote in said prediction because your country's betting rules. Start a revolution or move to Chad. Why Chad? I don't know. Because you're there. 125,000, 97,000, 10,000. We're being pretty optimistic today. The option that has not the highest chance has the most points. Interesting. Nearly done. A few more seconds. 138, 97, 261. Someone just dumped 250,000 points on loss. Who's the whale? It's... I see. I see. Okay, all right. So it's going to be 35% of the points with 198,000 on win, 20% of the points with 112,000 on 1 of each, and 46% of the points with 261,000 points on loss. Feed the frickin' fish. Traitor. Are you upset, Templar, because you had a good opportunity to make some good cash there? And Feed the Fish comes along and just goes blah. They're getting buffed with the reload, and one of them is getting an unlimited consumable. Are they? It's the first I've heard it. Does that sound familiar to anyone over in Twitch? Florida and Virginia getting some changes? Florida and Virginia apparently getting a reload buff and an unlimited consumable. I don't know what that means. Shadowrunner, are you sure that you're not talking about World of Warships Legends? There are 4 different versions of World of Warships. Yeah, I think it might be Legends, because that doesn't mean anything to me.
CP_Gunner is subbed with Prime for 50 months total. Rocket launch detected.
Happy 5 metric years stats.
I'm counting the PC version of Legends as a separate version right now, because it kind of is. Gunnar, thank you very much for the 50 months, 505 metric years. Thank you so much for the Prime. That is most kind of you. That is a long time. Thank you so much. Ooh, this ship on this flank. Ooh, I don't know about that. And I'm the only battleship here. Ooh, I'm going to struggle to control this. It was released earlier in their official Independent July update video. What Independent July update? I think you're talking about Legends, aren't you? Because those kind of changes are published in the dev blog for World of Warships PC. It's Legends. Yeah, you're talking about the wrong game, Shadowrunner. This is not Legends. This is World of Warships PC version, the original version of World of Warships. You're talking about the console version, which is a different game entirely. The OG World of Warships. But there is actually a beta test going on right now for Legends to be included in PC, or to be available for PC, which is super interesting. So when that becomes more widely available, I'm probably going to look at that. Because I am Legends curious, but I don't like the idea of playing with a controller, and I'm really interested actually how that's going to work with mouse and keyboard versus controller, because in first-person shooters, and some other games like War Thunder, for example, the keyboard mouse players have a massive advantage because they don't have to go like up, down, left, like this with the sticks, because they can just move their mouse directly to the target. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to work. You want the Puerto Rico camera that Legends is getting? Is it good? Does PC have submarines? Yes, it does. PC has 5 classes and 11 tiers. Wisconsin. Oh, I'm not a big fan. I know a lot of people like those camos, the yellow and white ones. I think of them as the blancmange camos because it looks like an upside down trifle. I don't like it. Yeah, exactly, Grant. It's very easy to get mixed up, especially if you've only played one of them and you're just not really aware of the other one. Because why would you be? Like, if you've got a console and you don't have a gaming PC, there's no reason for you to even be aware of the other game. Likewise, if you're a PC gamer and you don't have a console, there's no reason for you to be aware of Legends. And if you're not a phone gamer, there's no reason for you to be aware of Blitz. What the Kentucky Fried Chicken is this, Jim? So, this is a Duncan, but it's a Dutch Duncan that does not have torps, but it does have a Dutch airstrike. So, it's kind of a Duncan variation. And the first battleship that has bombs. Duncan Dutch donut it is. German airstrike. It's got a German airstrike. Happy? KFC in Denmark is at least temporarily closed. Apparently poor food handling. Oh no, they had some kind of like salmonella outbreak. There was that thing last summer on the continent with like lettuce or something. I guess an EU supplier of salad had a problem with something. I can't remember what it was now. Caused some problems for quite a few restaurants. Oh, Yamagiri. That's how you get killed. Well, at least we have lots of caps. Right, team? Ugh, he's somehow transported sideways and he's gonna frickin' stop. I hate these bombs. Players just have an uncanny ability to not be wherever it was that you aimed. GC's potentially going to have a good time here, because there's 3 battleships on there.
What?
Hello, TC. Welcome to World of Warships.
No, the Ragnar.
What about the Ragnar? Oh, did you talk the Ragnar? Nice.
Where is it?
That will help. Where was it? It was in front of the main.
Oh. Oh, dear.
It was in front of the main. It's not anymore. Hey, Diego. How you doing? Oh, Oregon, you are very broadside to me right now. No, don't turn in.
Chickies entered.
Oh, yeah. Summers, I don't... Summers. PC, who is in the Summers, I don't mean to alarm you, but it's just you and me. You used your coupon. I used my coupon too. It's a good ship. Like, even if you're not that good with
the
airstrikes like me,
reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
you can still do perfectly well, because it's a perfectly nice battle cruiser. It's a 32mm armor scheme battle cruiser. It's good. I like.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah. Only our team would leave C. Yeah, the thing is, the things you like about Duncan, probably not things this has, right? So the torps on Duncan are really nice. Its concealment's a bit better, I think, and this has a 32mm armor scheme, so that's 25. I don't know whether Duncan lovers will like this. I'm not sure. The things that Duncan has going for it, this doesn't have. Which is basically the torps and the heel. Hi, team. Can we maybe leave the sea camp? Asking for a friend. Friend is me. I don't like what the camera just did.
Ambassador Pookie.
Don't like what the camera just did. That made me feel sick. Bye, Pookie from chat. You suck, you missed your torps. Yes, Ramesh, from chat. Main, are you gonna just sit there? I am very, very nearly dead. I am sorry, what? The heck was that, game? It's redacted for a reason. He's gonna get to fire before I get to fire. Ah! Okay, game, I'll aim a little bit higher this time, shall I? Reggie said no way, yeah. Holy crap, 2.2,117,000. And now we throw. We're winning. You don't need to push. We're winning. You don't need to push. Don't worry, Sang. It's gonna die. Good job, Kevest. Good job. Just lost 80k going around that corner. Nice. I think this okay bloke from the Utrecht is a genuine... Oh, okay. I don't think that's someone being sassy. I think that's them literally saying... No, never mind. They are actually... Oh no, maybe they're stopping. They didn't die, so that's not going to teach them anything. Well, feed the fish. It's owl. Let them deliver everyone a copy of what the shirt looks like and put it in front of Faye's eye patch. She's currently looking at them and trying to work out what they mean. But don't forget, Grant, I have my Buttonassa video that you could play for her if she wants to know what it means, because I think that would make sense to her. Because it's nothing to do with World of Warships or streaming particularly. It's just a story. The streamers had a good time. They're playing the H. Hey, Driggy. It's going well. We're 7-2 on my Willem de Erster. So the next match will be the last match to finish the win rate challenge for it, which will end on recruited TC. Well, TC self-recruited, but yes, TC volunteered. Let's find out whether this is going to be a 7 or an 8. You traded for the Flow Rider? We were just talking about Florida with someone in YouTube. It's your favorite tier 7? That is an interesting opinion. I also quite like Florida, but it's not a popular opinion. Just grab my event pass. I get an extra boom.
Tigers Dan said.
Headline in Norwegian newspaper, Hunting the Pepsi Max terrorist. Ingress. Over a year, someone has thrown Pepsi Max bottles of 1.5 size filled with hundreds of cigarette butts along a road of 7 kilometers outside of Tromsø, same side of the road.
Did a slow news day?
I am the taxman, I know it's true. I'm here to collect all the due.
All right, last outing. Why are you bewildered, Tigerston? Yeah, Great Dispersion. The thing that people don't like with Florida is the caliber. They compare it to Colorado. But you just need to choose different targets. Yes, I would be taking. It's true. I would guess from their build that the Yugomo is competent.
Which one?
The one next to it.
Okay, excellent. There's a DD pushing down the 10 line.
At least I won't go too close to the corner. It does. It does. I always remain cautious, you know? But it does give you a little bit of an idea, right? Because if you look at a destroyer build and it's just completely random mess, then you know that they're not a good player. Whereas if you see something that looks reasonable, you're like, okay, yeah, maybe you know what you're doing. It's possible you just copied a guide and actually you don't know why it's like that, but probably are actually competent. You give me a smoke, yeah. You're following in front of me. You're leading me because you're going to smoke me, right? And then they just like turn 90 degrees and bugger off the other side of the map. You're like, no, and then you're sat in front of the enemy team going, this is awkward. Hi, everyone. Oh, Grant, that's very sweet. Yeah, thanks to Seabank. I don't know if Seabank's still here, but thanks very much to Seabank. He's still. We plan to be here just in a smokescreen with that destroyer over there. Like, no, wait, I can explain. Don't shoot me. I can explain. Had to reset 3 of your follows. Oh, so be careful, because Twitch have changed the document object model for the page again, so that the follow button is once again the first thing to get selected if you accidentally tab into the first element on the page. There is now an unfollow confirmation, so you do have to press tab and then spacebar, or enter. But you can still accidentally unfollow. Which is how it was years ago, but there was no confirmation back then. So it should be a lot harder to do it right now, but yeah, it is possible. TC's bypassed the... okay. I guess I'll turn around.
There's a Jaeger out there.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying I better turn around. As all the Jaeger-torps arrive. God, what have I done? What have I done? No, oh, okay. We're just gonna look this way for a bit. For no particular reason. We're just gonna look up in the sky.
There you go. They've run out.
Ooh.
Keep an eye on the
I looked. If you don't look at them, they don't exist. That's how that works.
Have a look at the Yami.
You can see the Yami's health bar going down a lot. I assume that had something to do with you.
The Auckland at some as well. They're Auckland.
I don't think there's any point in being on this flank, because TC's just going to kill everything. Let's shoot a Kakarot from 17 kilometers. I am miles away now. I was kind of hoping to catch some nose-in broadsides, but they're all running away from you, so... What you've been doing wrong with these? Yes, yeah, just look away. If you can't see the torpedoes, they can't see you. I don't really have a reason to move, so I'm not going to. Hold on. The asthma is reversing. Let's say hello. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, I could have got a double kill on the miasma. Damn it.
They say Lady Luck has a tendency to hang out with those that practice a lot, but that was stupid. Speaking of stupid, I should not be awake still. Good night.
Good night. Sleep well, take it. I'm being a total campy bastard right now, but it's kind of working, sort of. I'm staying unspotted, so they're not really paying attention to me shooting them. You're dead, right? Right, Zuma? Right? Beautiful sunlight on the mountain. Has Tiger still got the camera trained on Anduya? Because last night he had it zoomed in. It was just a beautiful shot for like hours and hours and hours. It was stunning. I sat there and I was just sat there at one point just staring at it because it was so pretty. Just the sun coming in from the north is just such a beautiful angle because it picks out all the like the beautiful lines in the topography, and then also the clouds are kind of like backlit by the sun. It's just so pretty. I didn't cry, but it was mesmerizing. And there were a few big boats going backwards and forwards as well. There was a few like shipping containers and stuff going backwards and forwards. It's quite interesting. Because normally you can't see those at nighttime because it's dark. Didn't say there was anything wrong with a good cry. I just didn't. I was sat here enjoying a whiskey, which is very, very unusual for me. It's very, very agreeable experience. Sat here, sipping on that, looking at the view. You took it away and then you put it back again, game. How is that fair? It was never going over. You can load that. Can I really? Can I really, game?
Salutations, Mr. Mars. Thank you
Yeah,
kindly
I'm never sure,
me.
Island Cat, what to call it. Like, oh, the sunset's pretty... No, wait, and I have to correct myself. I'm like, no, that's not a sunset. That's just a sun around. And I asked Tiger whether they have like a special name for that, and he said no, not really. They have names for the midnight sun and the total darkness. I can't pronounce it, but Mork is it's spelled M-O-R-K-T-I-D. Morktid. It just means dark time, I think. And so they refer to that, but they don't really have a word for like when the sun goes low to the horizon or below the horizon, but it doesn't get dark. Mork titties, yeah, exactly. Murktid, something like that. Yeah. Just means dark time. Tid is time. And then I forget what the word for the midnight sun is, but I think again it's just transliterated midnight sun. Soon, something or other. Yeah, like. Is that my connection or the game?
I don't know.
I just got two big stutters.
Yes.
Who is that? It's stuttering voices. He's just very quiet right now. That is TC for you. You startled Peace and Quiet. Peace and Quiet. Peace and Quiet thought that we were alone together. But in fact, there is an interloper. Good job, TC. Nice, well done. Right. So that means... you thought I was doing your voice now. That means that the 35% group with 200k is the winner. And that they will be getting rather a lot of points. I'll take that. That's pretty good. There are some ads running right now, but I'm sure people will realize what's going on. Choose outcome. Win. I didn't explain that prediction very well. I put win when I should have said 2 wins. But you know what I meant. 570,000 points go to Ryan and 5 others. Cool. Finished my villain on 80. Why is it always the ships I'm not particularly interested in playing that end up on really good win rates? And the ones that I want to play again end up on 50? Why? Every single time. Right. Now we have, because life is not fair. That is absolutely true. Were you the sub that came top? Pays attention to where they should be clicking. You were. Good job. Right, now I have some... Do you play non-favored ships a bit more cautiously? Possibly. But considering I play more passively than average anyway, or more cautiously than average anyway, that would probably lead to a lower win rate, because I would be then even more cautious. So I don't think that's it. I think it's just confirmation bias. I can think of a few examples where that's not true. Right. So, yeah, I have a few options now. So let me just go and get the spreadsheet of many things. So, Willem, so Irresistible, I need to wait to do the reset until July. Risi, Hotaka, and Protector we've done. We did GQ Johnny, right? Did I do that? Oh yeah, GQ's broken. TC, do you want to help me fix GQ Johnny?
GQ Johnny?
Are you awake enough to help me fix GQ Johnny?
Sure.
Can I? Imagine if Rep was on 50, Rep would not be on 50. Right. So let me just remind myself for a second what we're doing here. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, the frustration of the F key. So this one, chat, if you weren't here when I did this, is currently on 5-6. So I just need one win to fix it. Just one easy, pain-free win. Not using the red camo? No, because someone asked me to use that one. Someone actually paid for the camo. Yeah, who it wasn't. Someone used channel points. It was Wixatron. Can they kindly unask? I guess someone else could use channel points to make me switch it to the other one. But that's not going to happen because this is the only game we're going to need to play. Get to 50-50 this next time. Yeah, this has the potential to do that. Yeah. On a ship that's 100% about its special camera, you pay not to use it. I appreciate that sense of humor. Which is why I went along with it. Alright. Black Kagro Sims B. It's gonna be down the other end. Alright. What's the bet that I get the black? Yeah, I don't mean paper money. Paid me with free tokeny things. Alright. am located.
Okay.
Is there any reason not to use the burst mode? So, you might see me turn it off at some point. So in terms of DPM, you are better off having it enabled. However, I have this issue where I've trained myself well, not trained myself, like the game has trained me so much to zoom out every time I shoot that it's a reflex at this point. So I double click and just my pinky just presses shift. I can't stop it. And so the problem is that I'm radared and I need to run away before I continue talking. Give me a second. So the problem is that in order to make that work, in order to make the triple burst work, you need to keep looking at and aiming at the ship that you're shooting, and I keep reflexively unaiming by pressing shift. And so while in theory I have higher DPM with it turned on, in about 50% of the shots that I make, I accidentally zoom out and miss the middle volley. And so my practical, actual in-match DPM is lower with it enabled, probably, because I keep missing. So for me, probably I'll do better with it turned off. So I'll see how I do with remembering. And I've done it on other ships that have bursts as well. Because it's just a reflex. It's not even like I'm not remembering it. It's just that my finger won't let me not do it. Because I've done that action so many hundreds of thousands of times, probably millions of times, that I can't not do it. PC, be careful. You are very, very, very outnumbered. I would just hug that island for dear life if I were you. Don't worry, because all the ships from the other flank are coming over this side. Good, there's a Massachusetts coming. Lego cheeseburger. Crunchy.
That Sims is right in front of me.
If you want to turn away and run up the border, I can come and smoke you. I get 1 or 2 on the Massa. He's turning out. He might take 2 or 3.
He's not the worry, it's the Leon, the lion.
Coming around.
Their entire team's in front of us.
Yes, it is. Yeah, a few ships have just turned up. Right, do you want to kite?
I can't. Yeah, I can't make the turn. There's a Massachusetts.
You'll be in a
right
smoke
there
screen,
and catch me
TC.
as well.
There'll be a smoke screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So just make sure you've got enough space to make the turn.
Yeah, there's enough. I can get the road around.
Because then you can use the smoke screen to turn out, and then I can sit in it and shoot. Don't shoot, whatever you do.
No, I won't be.
He's free!
Thank you.
Wait a minute, I might get to fire my guns. Get all non-pants. Cool, nice, that's great. Ah, the Atlantis here. Fuck. Well, the good news is, the rest of the team is having a nice time. Yeah, this Atlantis is quite close. This 3 burst thing is also really confusing when you get your guns out of sync. Like, should I keep clicking? And you just end up going click, because you're not really sure what's happening. And by that time, the first ones have reloaded, so you just have to keep clicking. I am spotted.
The Sims is in the gap next.
Yeah, the Atlantis is right there as well. If you could bop him, I would appreciate it.
Got shot. Unless he's beached.
Nope, he's in open water. This Kagero, or whatever it is, Sims, is right up my backside.
It's a Sims Bay.
He's right behind me.
Oh no. Yeah.
Map is apparently I'm spotting. Okay.
I'm gonna move forward.
Let's go fishing. Back. Got him. Target that explosion and fire. All the dope angles on that ship drive me insane, and I just fired because I forgot about the whole shift zoom thing. That's the first time I've done it, though. That was my first faux pas. The Atlantis radar's going to be back anytime now.
He's burnt it. Use it to find me.
I've been... did he?
Mm-hmm.
Must have been just outside range. Which is
because the Kagero smoked him.
Yeah, I know. I thought I was inside his range. Let's go kite DC up where the ships are free. Now we are in waste as much time as possible mode. Warpins. World of Warships. A spoon full of torpedoes makes the medicine go down. Three minutes. No, because then he's either got to ignore me or turn around to hydro push me. In either case, it wastes time. Is it good that you constantly get upted? So Talon asks, don't forget that when you are bottom tier, sorry, you're gonna have to hear me over the sound of the guns. When you're bottom tier, you get an XP bonus because when you do damage on higher tier ships, particularly ships which are 2 tiers higher, you get a big XP buff. So being bottom tier is an opportunity to have a really good XP game, which means that your income will be higher, it's better for missions. So don't see being bottom tier as a bad thing, see it as an opportunity. Because yes, it is going to be harder than if you were top tier, but the rewards are better. So if I'm doing a base XP game, I never play tier 10 or 11 because you're guaranteed to be top tier. And that's not good for base XP. So when I'm doing base XP games, I tend to play 8 and 9. Because then it's guaranteed there's going to be at least 1 tier above you, and if you're tier 8, there's definitely going to be 2 tiers above you. If you get bottom tiered. Obviously, if you don't get bottom tiered, then. I cannot hit this guy. Give me more and more and more lead. Good for the feeling of power. Yeah, of course it is, but you know, you have to do commensurately more in top tier 1 to get the same amount of XP. If you're a... Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, friendo. Oh, you're in for a bad time. Friend. Is there a friend? Does that one have a friend? No, good. Never mind. I think they just learned why widespeds in that situation and not a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that they would throw as well. Yeah, that's why I was trying to encourage the gear to stay up in that corner, because obviously that's a big hitter, high tiered cruiser. That's good late game. Interesting. Okay, so my GQ Johnny is fixed. Thank you, TC. Good job. Oh, okay, well that makes that, okay. I was expecting that to take like 32 matches. Never mind. Right. Is it your bedtime?
No. It's a Friday night.
Yes. Are you streaming in the morning?
At some point tomorrow, yeah.
At some point tomorrow. What are we resetting? No, we're not doing resetting until the 21st of July. So, I have 1 new ship left. We also have the 2 golden ships. Why does my game keep stuttering? We have the Cambridge to do. I also have the 2 golden ships on my press account that need ronking as well. Which obviously I don't have on this account, because we did the alpha and the beta, but we didn't get around to doing the 2 goldens, so I need to go back and do those at some point. So that's the Suzuya and the ZF6. But we are here right now, so we're going to do the Cambridge, I think. I've heard people say good things about this, so we'll give it a go. Now, I'm going to go through and read the dev blog and everything, because I literally have no idea what this is. Dev blog Cambridge. Confusingly American. There are no changes? This ship had no changes. That's crazy smoke firing. Oh, cool. Okay. Hypothetical embodiment of the... So many of their things start with that. A hypothetical embodiment of the 1940 preliminary design heavy cruiser study Scheme 3 had it been used to repurpose the hull of Oregon City class cruiser USS Cambridge CA-126, which was in the early stages of construction when World War II came to an end. Armed with 3 twin 305mm turrets, Cambridge packs heavy caliber guns for a cruiser. She makes up for the small number of individual guns by enjoying standard cruiser dispersion. We like that. I tend to like big guns cruiser dispersion, like Siegfried. Tends to be my jam. Fast reload of her caliber and improved ricochet angles on her AP shells. When mixed, this cocktail of elements ensures Cambridge has no trouble dishing out damage. Good concealment allows her to get in close, and she'll certainly need it as her main battery range is rather mediocre. In terms of survivability, Cambridge has significant advantages and drawbacks. A specialized repair team's consumables, similar to that found on Salem, will help her tank significant damage, but a vulnerable citadel and a 60-second fire duration, on the other hand, can spell a quick end. For other consumables, she has access to a standard cruiser damage control party and trusting hydro and FAA. When taking the helm of Cambridge, use her concealment and accurate main battery to catch opponents by surprise, as a well-timed and placed salvo can easily bring you some devastating strike achievements against enemy cruisers. Keep an eye on suspected enemy destroyer positions. The lack of a surveillance radar means you can be caught out in the open and held under the detected status. Playing with a friendly destroyer screen can mitigate this risk. Cough. Against enemy battleships, concealment and cover are your friends. Avoid direct engagements if possible, and look for distracted enemies. Venom. Cool. It had no changes during testing. Your special offer in the armory. Commander, set a course for the armory. New bundles are now available. Each pack with value. Go away. What is this? Smoke firing on this? 9 point... That's not good. That's okay. What I would expect with these guns. The 305s is about what I would expect. Okay. Whatever they have said, because that's probably correct. Yeah, I don't know whether they're the same shells. I don't know. Let's have a look.
Hudsman 69 activating voice filter in 3,
I've
2,
literally just stopped
1.
talking.
Deep.
So I'm not sure you're going to get much value out of this. You should have activated it when I was reading. So we're going to select ships. We've got Cambridge. We've got Alaska. What else has 305s in the Americans? Eco, that's the same. Congress. Tulsa? I can never remember which one is the light and which one is the heavy. Tulsa? Yeah, no, Tulsa's 2 or 3. Never mind. Yeah, that'll do. So, AP.
Yes, they are all
Voice
identical.
filter disabled.
They're all identical. 8,900 alpha, same speed, same drag, same flight time, same impact speed, same angle, same corrupt, same everything. Literally the same guns and the same shells across Cambridge, Alaska, Puerto Rico, and Congress. Same. And the HE is all the same as well. So there we go. Oh, Patrick, I think you are going on leave. So we're going to be playing at least 10 games. Do we want to be boring or boring? That's pretty funky. Do that. Dull. Okay. What is the dull, apart from the actual perma camo that comes with the ship, what is the most dull camo? Probably, no, that's too exciting. No, that's also pretty
Any
cool.
of the single colours?
Yeah, I think, what's this one called? MS-21, it's pretty dull. It's too funky. Oh, this one is extremely dull. Regia Marina, I think it's got to be the dullest camo in the game.
Don't we have a plain grey?
No.
Urban Hangman wants you to put a Primacamo on a ship.
All
Nope.
the way down at the bottom for the.
Nope. Oh, there's Shadow Looker, but that's black. How about no camo? Well, we'll see what Hangman has to say. Hangman says a non-permanent Union Jack camo because I can't buy a non-permanent one for one match just to annoy the Americans. What? I'll let you if you want to spend your points on a non-permanent Union Jack. I'll let you do that. I will happily take your points. Thank you very much. Cold. See? You said you couldn't, but you can. It's British Cambridge, exactly. All right. Let's also put some British flags on it. Because why not? Find the appropriate, so let's just go with it. Oh. We use hood and defense. Yo. The traditional bottom tier for the first game. Okay, there's going to be ships. I don't know what they are. What the hell is this to be? What is that? Okay, I don't want to know. I just don't want to know. I just won't get shot at by it. It's fine. Okay, DC, for reference, my gun bloom from here is the bottom of the cap.
Wait, So I have longer range guns than you, pretty much.
No. My smoke bloom reaches the cap from here. So, I'm just saying, so you've got like a visual reference for how far away I have to be from things when you smoke me, if you smoke me.
Okay. Yeah.
See what I mean? Because if I go up to the cap, I can't shoot. So I have to kind of stick around here.
I will provide some level of
I'll slowly drift over towards the island. I have to be super careful because people like to lob this middle island. It's Vam. Hi, Vam. The secondary Kremlin actually sounds really good fun. Hey, dimwit. My radio is directly through the cap. It's the one that was crashing the server. Oh, it's that one. Okay. They fixed that now. I didn't look at the armor scheme. I'm assuming this has a 27mm nose. Being an Oregon. It's also okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's 27. Pretty sure. It doesn't have Des Moines 30 belt, obviously, but pretty sure it's 27. Regolo, it's Van, no blade. Oh, and the Humphreys. Good luck. Yeah, 20, 25, 27mm, yeah, exactly. Old school heavy cruiser armor. Oh. Yeah, I hadn't come in. Don't get radared. You get radar. Ah, feck. It's only 2. Off to a cracking start. Abandoned camp? I think abandoned camp. Let's go. Like your meme? Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to have torped that corner that far forward. No, they weren't that obvious, I would argue. I know, I've played a lot of games with Vam. I wasn't expecting him to put the torps there. Cheers, Telnas. Why is this Missouri just pushing? Spin back around now. How'd I rate? Wix, I've been playing it for literally 5 minutes and I haven't even fired the guns yet, really. Give me a chance. On paper, I would say pretty good. I'm literally 1 volley into this ship. That's camo ever. I was made to do this. One valid? No, one. It's not enough.
He's damage gone to flood.
Oh, good. I'm just gonna suffer. I'm not gonna do anything this game. That's so cool.
Sorry, I'm trying to get over to you and see if I can get
I
you
don't think it's gonna
all
help,
out.
TC, because by the time you get here to smoke, the Humphreys or the Regolo will be inside my bloom, so it won't help. So I'm better off just kiting and hoping that this blob down here does something. Because that either the Regolo, the Humphreys, or both are right next to you. They're like here. How does a secondary freaking Kremlin have such good concealment? That is ridiculous. Yeah, okay. Romeo hand doing things. Okay. Okay, fine. Now it's the Cyclone, the Regolo is chasing you. I don't know why he's just smoked them. Accurate guns can be a guess, totally right. The fact that I didn't even get any splash anything. So TC, I'm waiting for the Cyclone to come down a bit further than I want to turn in.
Okay.
I'm hoping that this Humphreys is dumb. If the Sabir doesn't one-shot me with his volley. Oh, Vam's gonna have a go. Okay. Alright. Alright, Van Blade. See how it is.
Okay.
Can't see him. I can, however, still hit him with 4 shells in that volley.
Yep. Torpedo on Vam.
Oh, nice. Okay, he must be nearly dead.
Vam down.
Nice. That is optimal. Possibly even nominal. Only I wasn't spotted with a Sabir barreling towards me. That would be great. Hey, not enough lead. Quick, the Russians are coming! I really hope you put your torps in front of me.
Oh, just missed
The
him.
Russians have arrived. I'm gonna die. Oh. Yeah, don't mess with that thing. TC, they look juicy. They look
Yeah, but you're not going to do enough
very
damage.
juicy. No, that's true. You're keeping him busy, though. England, yeah. Now the beer is yes. Yeah, I don't think we can win this one. In a Venom, being on sub 1,000 hit points is a good thing. Trust me. If you're running Adrenaline Rush, you want as little health as possible in this thing. Whenever if I like take a torp in a Venom early in a match and don't die, I'm like, it could be worse. It's a 20% reload buff on your torps, well, near 20, is not to be sniffed at. That takes you down from, what, every 15 seconds to every 13 and a half? No. 11. Every 11 seconds. If you had one hit point, you would have an 11-second launcher. Did we apply the experimental ship start on 40? No. Although they could do, I mean, if you balanced it, right? They could do a, experimental style torp ship. It has better reload, less health adds. Because it's still high risk, high reward, right? Because it encourages the player to not get spotted, not go into radar, and yet they still have to get close to torp things. So it actually would probably work quite well. Evan just had a light bulb. Yeah, so I know what Evan would say to that. He would say that they would be concerned that it would make people play passively.
Yeah. I got one top on the cyber. Depends on what happens with the second, so...
But this wasn't completely one-sided, I think we did it right. We did well to get found.
I did what we could.
Town. Compass Rose isn't working either, what the? Oh, can I not do it because I'm dead? I think it's the first time I've ever tried to send a quick message when I'm dead. Busy how often I use this. While this match ends, I'm going to have a Haribo courtesy of Red. I haven't had any today. Hang fast sticks? I think so. small box. This is really nice because it's a box that contains, I don't know how many bags are in there, it's a lot. It just contains these little fun size bags that you get from like tech companies and stuff when you make an order. It's got like, I don't know, it depends which variety, but it's got like 8 or so little Haribos in it. And so it's great because I can't have the big bags of Haribo in the house because I will literally sit and eat the whole thing. That is not good for you. But having them in little fun bags, I can limit myself to one a day. Yeah, lunchbox bags, exactly. Yeah, so you just get a little handful. It's just enough, you know. Just enough for a treat. Yeah, there's 4 in there. There's Tangfastics, Stamfastics, Star Mix. Yeah. Giant Straubs in a green bag. Giant Straubs. Just strawberry. Super Mix, which has hard ones in it, which is nice. The mixture of soft and hard ones. And what's the other one? Star Mix, which is the soft ones. Oh, is that what that means? I learned yesterday that IKEA, or IKEA if you prefer, is an acronym. I didn't realize that. Technically an initialism. I didn't realize that it is the name. Yeah, it's the first name and family name of the creator, the name of his farm, and the village the farm is in. All the 4 letters. I didn't know. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Need to ununion jacket.
Morning.
What was that voice? That was Cantonese. No, Hangman only paid for 1. Kinda at all right furniture. No. Happy about 9v9 with 5 battleships.
Okay.
Are you playing?
Yes, I'm here.
I think you need to go to bed, TC. I can tell when you're getting sleepy.
Okay, I'll probably will go to bed after this one.
What do I think about the new ships? Can you give me some names, Yamato? Which ones are you talking about? If you mean the ones that arrived in this update, I can talk about them individually, but there's quite a few, so you'll have to let me know which one you mean. When you say are arriving, I'm not sure what you mean. The next update, there's like 20 ships in testing, so you'll have to be more specific, but I can't talk about those anyway. I have played a little bit of Turmoil. Yeah, not much, but I played a little bit. I really like it. It's good. Also, I've had lots of whispers and DMs from people going, bloody stats, you've made me buy a game. If only, Ozamar, that was in the pinned message above the chat, but thank you very much anyway. Yeah, if people haven't seen the pinned message, there is a code that you can claim that gives a command. Yeah, so Yamato, unless it's a carbon copy ship, I won't be able to talk about it anyway, because it'll be a test ship that is currently under NDA. So I can't help you. Because even if I'd played them, I wouldn't be able to talk about them. That's just how that works. Not returning? Well, that's different. Give me some names.
Black's taking a torpedo.
I have gone a little bit too far. I can't shoot him,
He's
unfortunately. I
gone
have screwed
forward,
up.
so he's taking more torpedoes.
Oh, really?
Yep. Initially. So he managed to get away with it.
Alright, I have a shotgun.
His radar's off anyway.
He hasn't left the smoke. Or if he's out of the smoke, he's kind of a bit further away.
No,
He's
I'm
not
not
on,
spotted.
he's
so
not
he's still
on this
there.
side. TC, I might just charge at him. If that pawn's going to go away, where are the other battleships? Hataka,
Yeah, the pawn's gone,
Iowa, Lepanto. I'm going to charge him. I'm going.
Yeah, go for it.
Is he still in the cap or is he left? He's left.
Yeah, he's left. He's not in the cap anymore.
I'm spotted. He's around to the north, probably. So he's probably like here. Yep, there he is.
Yep, so am I. There he is. Yep. He's killable. He's on his own as well because the Pommons sailed away from him.
Exactly. Abandoned. Missed his torps on me. Look, the Pommen's going to turn around and come back. What a surprise. Biasma died during that as well, wasn't it?
Do you want to sail through the cap and head to the other side? I'll go and play.
We can head towards B, actually.
Yeah.
Just got double fire on him. He DCP'd.
I'll go into Horizon for a bit.
Idiot. I love it when people type things like that out because you haven't seen what's happened. You just see like idiot. I find that quite funny. You're gonna go and play with him.
Yep. Is it 5 or 6k total is Hydra?
6, I think, on a Pommen.
Okay.
Let me check.
6.
We can do that now. 6.
Okay. Get within 7 then and just...
Yamato, just give me some names. I'm not a walking encyclopedia of which ships are coming and going. Just give me some names. Because you're obviously interested in some particular ships, so just give me some names and I'll see if I can help you. But I probably can't. Almirante Grau. Oh, Grau? I love Grau. Grau is really cool. I actually have a Jingles replay of Almirante Grau if you want to go and find that. I don't know whether it will have Almirante Grau in the title or the description anywhere, but it will have my name in it probably. So you could go and find that replay because that was a really cool game. Nottingham I'm not so familiar with. Yeah, I'm not sure I can give you an opinion on Nottingham. It's just not a ship that I'm familiar with. But Grau is... I love Grau. It's one of my favorite cruisers. It's so quirky. In a good way. Yeah, I didn't realize Grau was coming back. That's cool. Smoking Cruiser Nelson. Yeah, I remember it being a bit weird. I just don't really remember playing it, so I can't really comment. I remember what it is, just not how it is. Please don't aim at me. This is 305, so it's the same guns and shells as Alaska and Puerto Rico and the other American heavy cruisers that have 305s.
Almost
same everything. The difference between this and some of the others is that because this only has 6 barrels, it's been given cruiser dispersion, so it has very, very accurate guns, even though it only has 6 barrels. So if you can aim, it's a good ship. It's one of those ships where it just really rewards people who have good aim. And it also has a Salem-like heal, so it's got a super heal. So you do really well in small engagements, like 1v1. Because you can just nose in, as long as it's not a battleship that overmatches you or a cruiser that overmatches you, you can just sit nose in and take a lot of DOT and then heal it up. So if you run a fire, this has 60-second fires, but if you're running a fire, it's not so much of a problem because you can just heal it all back. They sound loud. Yeah, they should sound like 305s. Because they will have a different gun sound to the 203s.
Common's dead.
Nice. Yeah, this was good matchmaking for you, apart from the black.
Not too bad. I haven't really made much of it though. I mean, I've only spotted 71 and dealt 52.
Considering that 4 of the battleships were down the other end, that's pretty good. Because only the Pullman came outside and he didn't even stick around. The 2 Iowas and the Hataka and the Lepanto went the other way. Oh, Tricky, what is it specifically that Lester's done that you like? Because I'm not so familiar with that. I've kind of got an idea, but I've not really seen it. I certainly haven't played it. You can't sleep because it's hot in Chad. Uh-huh. You know, you really are very terrible about this keeping secrets thing. That's what someone who wasn't in Chad would say. So what's the temperature? What is the outside temperature and humidity? It's above freezing. Your training is kicking in. Yes, would you say the air is particularly dry and dusty? Or is it more of a tropical heat? It's 21. Yeah, it's a pretty warm night here as well. It's not too bad, but Monday here is going to be stupidly hot. It's going to be like 32 here, even in the West Country. Which I am not looking forward to. Fortunately, going to my family on Sunday for a family birthday, and that's going to be actually quite pleasant. So hopefully we'll be able to sit outside to eat. Because it will be warm, but not hot. 21 is perfect during the daytime. 21 at 2 in the morning, not so much. You'd say it's a rather dry heat. Okay. You seen any camels? Are they into falconry? Would you say? Thank you, TC. Let me. What are you streaming tomorrow? Are you doing ships?
Yeah, ships tomorrow. Ships.
So TC will be doing ships tomorrow daytime, and then are you doing Space Engineers on Sunday?
As long as it doesn't get too toasty, yes.
So ships tomorrow, and then maybe Space Engineers on Sunday. So please go and drop TC a follow. Usually goes live sometime sort of late morning UK time and goes into the afternoon. So go and check him out. Thank you, TC.
Good night.
Have a good sleep. Good night.
Ta-da. You too.
Oh, I forgot I had this. Cause 500,000 damage to Germans. Nearly finished. You had a rainbow without rain, really? You're not sworn to secrecy. Okay. He's just handing out vol au vent at some diplomatic function. You're in Greece. That's nice. For work? You're in Greece for work? That's pretty nice. I hope you get some time to do non-work things. I have an idea where he is. Right. You think he'd be busy with the new management? Yep. Okay, let's go. Tomorrow, by the way, there is a non-zero possibility that I might stream from the kitchen because I have 2 very complicated cakes to make. And also I might make some of my broad beans in the garden are getting to a point where some of them are harvestable, and I'm not sure if there's quite enough, but I might make some broad bean pate, which is the reason why I'm growing broad beans. I love this pate recipe. So I might make some pate. And then also, I was trying to work out when I'm going to cook the main meal that I've organized for the next few days, because I didn't get time today, and then tomorrow I've got to do baking things, and then on Sunday I'm not here, and I need to use the chicken, so I might also just make my dinner on stream, and eat my dinner on stream, and then whatever. So I might do some cooking. Because the cakes require 3 hours in total in the oven. So I can be doing things in between. And then if there's still time required in the oven, I can come and play some Turmoil or something on the computer and then switch back and forth. Baking in the summer, yep. Yup. However, it is a birthday present, so it needs to be done. If it wasn't a birthday present, I would not be doing it. Because, yeah, oven in the summer, not so much. Fortunately, this cake bakes at a really low temperature, so hopefully it won't be too bad. But yeah, having to have the oven on for 3 hours is not going to be nice. Random question, Batu. Okay. How was Juka? I like Juka, yeah. So Juka predates the Italian cruiser tech tree and STAP. So it is just a standard, good, flexible, open water cruiser. So Duca d'Aosta and the other one. There's a tier 6 and a tier 7. But those two Italian ships that predate the tech tree, they're both good. I like them. 3 hours to bake a cake, yeah. It's actually at least 24 hours, this cake, because you have to do some stuff beforehand with the fruit. So that is actually currently sitting over there doing its thing. Yeah, Duga is really good. From the age when there were no gimmick ships. Just straight up cruiser. No frills. Just works. Heavy fruitcake? Yeah, so it's actually, so my dad, so it's my dad's birthday. My dad loves Lapsang Souchong tea. And I was recently gifted a bag of Lapsang Souchong tea leaves. And so I thought, I wonder if you can make a fruitcake, because you can make a fruitcake with tea. I was wondering if you can make a fruitcake with Lapsang Souchong, because then it would be smoky. And I looked up some recipes, and you certainly can. So that's what we're going to try. So I currently have 1.4 kilos of fruit soaking in whiskey and tea. A tea cake, yeah. So it's quite common to put tea in fruitcake. Yeah, I've got 1.4 kilos of fruit soaking. And then that gets made into a cake afterwards.
Target that I just treated as if treated fucking words.
Didn't you be in bed, young man? Oh, Lapsang chicken. Ooh, do you still have that recipe? Because if you still have that recipe, I would be very interested. Because I love Lapsang Souchong as well. But what's really funny is my dad is not allowed to have Lapsang in the house. I maneuvered to go and shoot him, and now he's dead. Yeah, my dad's not allowed to have Lapsang in the house because it smells so strongly. And my mum doesn't like it. So I'm making him a Lapsang because my mum won't take a birthday cake off him. If I gave him a bag of tea, that might get confiscated. But she won't take a cake off him. So, so I'm making him a cake with his favorite tea. Hopefully, it will taste smoky. So I'm making one for my dad and I'm making one for me so that I can taste what it's like to make sure that it's not crap. His birthday. This is a tough map to play in this ship because I have nowhere to be. Is this irresistible that's been going this way? I don't know where he is. Ten out. Before he appears next to that Montana. Alan might be about to find the summons. How much range? Not very much, so it's like 16 and change. What else is inside my range? What the? You got him, buddy? Nice. not the Blau. There is something in front of that Johnston. There it is. $7K? I've done nothing. This ship is so hard to play if you don't have cover. Oh, it's a Venom. That's great. The French-style boiled whole chicken poulet au pot. Oh, that sounds really good. I could probably figure that out on my own. Yeah, that's a great idea. Laptang is just such a beautiful flavor. Because to me, it smells like autumn. It smells like bonfires. It smells like October. It's just such a nice smell. You're late, but...
Ah, that's bad for you.
He's here as well. Or at least, he said hello, and then he didn't say anything else. So that's either Benham or the Blau. And my Hydro is about to run out, so that's cool. Trust that, or do we think the Blau is actually there? These guys all migrating. He's been too deep into playing Dune. I suspect that's why he's only said hello. I feel so completely useless in this match. Seems to be focusing on the main, though. No, I think this is the Benham. How's Cambridge been? I've only played, what, like 3 games? Including this one. And in this one, I haven't been able to do anything. So... can't really tell you. Can't turn right because of those guys. So I have to just sit here like a lemon and get taught by the Blau. If we can help remove those battleships, less battleships is better. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Great. Those are Venom Torps. But it's been long enough that I get my Hydro back now, so I can see death coming. Breathe in. Now the Vermont one-shots me from over there. Yeah, nice dodge, except it only works once, because then you don't have a DCP, because 5-second DCP on a cruiser is bullshit. And I have a Benham at 90 degrees, which is really, really gonna help. And then the Vermont pays attention to me, because of course it does. Oh, this match has been a complete disaster. We're gonna win, but holy crap. What an exercise in frustration. Okay, Venom might actually smoke me. That's cool. This Blau is too close. Welcome to my hider for the next 25 seconds. Venom's come around on me, interestingly. Low damage and a win, yeah. It's just very frustrating. Surprised the Vermont's still trying to kill me. And then, do you fancy dropping this, maybe? Hello? Sorry, I need to keep moving because there's a... Yep, yep. There's Venom, and I need to get out of the way of the doors. Subs and object permanence, if the battleship wasn't looking at it, it doesn't exist. Yeah, maybe they did, I just didn't see the Kremlin drop it before I pinged. Four shell hits in the entire match. Blech. Fun. No, I did not. Oh. Oh, buddy. You are the cause of my only having 4 shell hits, so, I'm not gonna get to kill him, am I? You can absolutely win games by being good at being around, you know, like destroyers and subs. You're not going to get anything done, but you can absolutely help your team win by not dying to them and keeping them busy. But boy, is it a frustrating way to win a match.
The Yamato underscore 8125 reminds you to hydrate and sit up.
Right. That's 2-1. Yeah, this thing suffers from a lack of ability to like be in the open like that. So on some maps where it's an open water flank, like Okinawa, some of the others Atlantic or whatever, it's really hard because you're just not that tanky. And so you're pretty well concealed, so you can just sit there and stay dark, but you can't really do very much, because as soon as you open up on something, you've got to be pretty close to be able to do that. And then everything that's beyond your range shoots you. So it's kind of tricky. I'm actually wondering. 16. The thing is, if I change it to this, it'll be like 18 or whatever. 18.7, but then I won't hit anything. Because the shells are so floating. 0.5. I'm going to try, just for one game, I'm going to try with the range, just to see how I feel about the ballistics, but I suspect I'm not going to like it. And inevitably, every time I do this with any ship, the dispersion is normal cruiser dispersion, so the dispersion should be fine. It's not the dispersion I'm worried about, it's the ballistics. It's the how long it takes the shells to arrive at the target. Because the game these days is extremely mobile, so no one is stationary. Everyone is moving all the time. And so hitting things at that range is going to be tricky. But we'll give it a go. But every time I do this with a ship, I'm like, oh, I'll try the range and see what happens. I end up like close up brawling for the entire match. Here it goes. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. Exactly that. It's happened so many times. So like, oh, I'll just see how I feel about the range. And then I end up like swatting flies as they charge towards me. Like, go away. I don't want to be this close. Because like literally, if you change to range, which takes you from 16 to 18.7, if you spend an entire match shooting things which are at 16 or less, that was a completely negative change. It was no advantage and actually a significant disadvantage because all you've done is reduce your reload. So yeah, this is a tricky spawn as well because while it feels like you have protection, you only really have protection if you get right up in here. In this space here, it's essentially open water because there's so many sight lines. And plus, you might not be able to see what's shooting you. Secondary build for in honor of TC. Okay, there's no bombs. No 12s and a Chumu. I'm actually wondering whether I go here. We'll go to the island and see what happens. Queen of Misery, probably. Yeah, so it's identical to Alaska and Puerto Rico and so on. Get off. Get off. Let go of my butt. The Old Man Gaming, no. Thank you very much for
markets.
The raid. Welcome in. How you doing? GG's to earlier. I think I ran into you. GG's. Yeah, no worries. Thanks very much for the raid. So we're playing, I'm playing some more of my ships I haven't played yet. So we're on to Cambridge. Had a good run earlier in Willem de Eerste. So now we're on to this one, which is tricky. The guns are really nice, but it's a bit tricky to position. So I'm just, for one match, I'm just trying the range just to see how I feel about that. And inevitably then a Buffalo comes up broadside at 10.5. So now I don't have the right reload to do this, so that's cool. Oh, are you going to turn to your right slightly, Buffalo? No? Yes, it does have Des Moines bounce angles, in case that wasn't clear. Yeah, that's back when we were playing the double villains. Actually, we played triple villain at some point with TC. Demon's selling October for £1.15. Don't have it, that's pretty good. Punch it. It has one of my favorite camos in the game as well. Right. Do I get myself into a position where I can shoot something without annoying the Shombot? I think the answer is leave the island. You're drunk and tired. Alright. Rest well. Ichizuchi for £1.95. That's also a good show. Yeah, we're going to go into open water mode. That range. I'm also radar. I can Citadel a lion from 14.5 kilometers. Lions. Science says no. You Ubari for 76 pence. You don't hear many people use the word pence these days. Yeah, we have the one. I could show you one if you're interested. Yes, our coins are 1 pence, 2 pence, 5 pence, 20, so we don't use a quarter, we use a fifth. So 20, 50, pound, 2 pounds. Yeah, let me run away so I can use my range. As you can, yeah, so the money which has the Queen's face on it is still legal tender. What happens when there's a change of monarch is that it's just gradually changed over a number of years. So there will still be money with the Queen's face on it for quite a while. But all the coins, certainly. But yeah, slowly the King's stuff is coming out into circulation. So there will be a point when it becomes non-legal tender and you have to trade it in. But you can just take it to a bank or a post office and trade it. And even when shops stop accepting it, and even when banks and the post office stop accepting it, the Bank of England still has to trade it. So you can always somehow swap it for legal currency. You go to prison if you step on UK money, not as far as I'm aware. That's very specific. Is there something that are you confessing a potential crime? Is there something you've done? Did you accidentally step on the Queen? I don't think she'll mind. I think it is, however, illegal to destroy money. So if you take a coin or a note and you do something with it that stops it being usable legal tender, I think that is technically illegal. So if you like take a coin and make it into a necklace, for example, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Not that anyone would ever be prosecuted. Train post, I've done that. I think I have a steam train squished penny somewhere. Melting pennies, yeah, because they don't contain the same value of copper in them. They are merely tokens. Unlike some other currencies in the world, where the coins are actually worth more than the face value. Because our coins are not copper, they're a copper alloy. If you step on Thai money, you go to prison. Is that because it contains the monarch's image? Lighthouse? What? We don't need some money. We do have... Oh, Ocean Ship Rescue. COD. You have COD on your money. That's really cool. So ours have interesting backsides. The notes have interesting backsides because the notes all have like a famous British person on the back. Inventors and engineers and poets and so on. So the backsides are quite cool. If you guys are interested, I can grab my wallet and can show you some monies. I don't have my desk cam set up, so it'll have to be this one. Need to redo my setup so I can have the show and tell cam back. Well, I haven't done a huge amount, but the team's done well. Is this late? No. This is my normal stream time. The slot I've been streaming in for nearly 6 years. Well, I got to use my range a bit. I actually kind of like the range. We might stick with that. Because it lets you, if you get a map that's very open water, it lets you change playstyle into a range HE farming thing instead. Any builds with Jeremy Wilson? Not yet, no. Who knows in the future, but not right now. Oh, I damaged another German a little bit. 498. Canadian beaver coin. We need a badger coin. Oh, well, that's actually really cool. Oh, special editions. Yeah, so we have lots of that as well. Canada probably does something very similar with the Royal Mint. So we have lots of special edition coins and different denominations that aren't regular circulation but are legal tender technically. So they will do like £5 coins that you could in theory go and spend, but no one does. Yeah, let me just quickly grab my wallet and show you some. I'm not sure what notes I got in there, but I definitely don't have all of them. But I can show you some coins. I have 5s and 10s. Might have all the coins. That's pretty cool. Yep, I do. Yeah, complete set of coins. So our money is pretty cool. Our notes. So the first thing that that Americans might find interesting is that we're not the only country that do this, but our notes are different sizes depending on the denomination. The 5's going to look a bit funny because it's green, but they have different colors. So every denomination is a different color, and then also they're different sizes. So if I hold up the 5 and the 10, you'll notice that the 10 is taller, and it's also wider. So if a blind person is comparing two notes, they can tell which one is the bigger denomination by the size. They also have like tactile ways of telling the denomination as well. because you can feel them. So if you're blind, in theory, you can tell the difference between money. I'm sure it takes a bit of practice, but you can do it. And then they're now plastic. So they used to be paper, but recently we changed to plastic. And they are see-through. They're a window. And a lot of like anti-counterfeiting stuff. So there's like holograms and like minuscule writing that if you look under a microscope you can see writing and all sorts of things. So so these are still, they scratched the stuff now. So these are although there is a thing to do with the anti-counterfeiting stuff. I think there is something to do with scent in there. Yes, this is still a Queen one. And then the backside for the old 5 is Winston Churchill. Which has a quote on it. I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. And it says, I promise to pay the bearer the sum of £5. Oh, on demand, the sum of £5. And it's signed by the treasurer of the Bank of England. Oh, sorry, the chief cashier of the Bank of England. And this is the 10. I don't have a 20 or a 50, but this is the 10, which is orange. And has... I'm going to get embarrassed now. I don't know who that is. It has her on the back. I declare, after all, there is no enjoyment like reading. Oh, is that... who is this? Is it Jane Eyre? Jane Austen? It's Jane Austen. Jane Austen. No, it's Jane Austen. Florence Nightingale was the old fiver. Because every time they change the note, they change the person. And then I have the coins. So our £1 and £2 are concentric, like joined alloys. So this is the £1, this is the £2. Monarch's head on one side. Tails has the, in this case, just like pretty patterns. And then sometimes there'll be like special editions for the Olympics or whatever that change all the time. And then there's just generic ones as well. So this one actually, I think the pound coins have symbols for each of the constituent nations. So this one is the Scottish thistle, which won't focus. Not sure how well you can see them. That's the thistle. And then we have 50p, which is one of the world's only 7-sided coins. I like the 50. And you might notice it's got a pattern on the back, which looks like it's kind of cut off. Well, I can get that to actually focus. It's determined. Like this, the software is too clever. It's like, I can see a face. I can see a face. I'm going to focus on the face. There we go. So that pattern, which is kind of cut off, there's a reason for that. And it's if you take our coins and you arrange them all together and you've got the right ones, it makes a complete like pattern with all the coins, which is really cool. Then we've got a 20, which is one of the world's other only 7-sided coins, which is like a 50 but smaller. And then we have the 5, which is absolutely tiny. And then the tuppence. And then the 1. You remember the old 5s, which were massive, yeah? Yeah, loads of people love collecting coins. And I'm sure that the Royal Mint make a lot of money off of coin collectors because they produce special coins all the time. It's like World of Warships producing carbon copy ships, essentially. They're just churning out new coins because they know that people will buy them. Yeah, I heard they're going to phase out the penny. It makes sense. But it brings an end to the era of 99, right? because you'll no longer be able to make up 99, so everything will have to be 95. How common is cash usage? So, it's pretty unusual to pay with cash now, I think, for most people. I very rarely use cash. There is a reason why all of the money in my wallet has got the Queen's face on it, because I haven't used cash for, and I am not kidding, 2 or 3 years. That money has been in my wallet for as long as I can remember. And so for me, it's very unusual for me to pay with cash. I think during the economic downturn we've had in the past few years, I think it became more common to use cash, because whenever there's an economic downturn, a lot more under the table stuff goes on in terms of, you know, not registering things for tax and cash jobs and all that kind of stuff. And so it's just natural that whenever you enter a recession, the cash economy becomes more active, because traders are trying to avoid tax. So so cash has a bit of a resurgence in the past few years, I think, but in certain sectors. But yeah, if you go into a shop now, it's just kind of expected that you'll pay with a card. You do that, yeah. I'm not disciplined enough for that, Grey Wolf. I'm not disciplined enough. And it's not so much of a thing here, really. Yeah, Germany is very, very cash orientated, yeah. That's true. No, here is even like even in bars and stuff, because we have the systems where you can just tap your card. You don't have to actually insert your card or swipe your card. You can literally just go boop, or even on your phone, right? Because you can put your card on your phone and then you can use your phone with the NFT. So a lot of transactions happen that way. So it's very, very common, just boop. Even if you go to like a festival or something and there's a food stand, they will inevitably have some kind of card machine that just plugs into their phone. Same thing, boop. So everything is super easy. You can regularly, when I go out, I don't take any money with me. It's totally normal for me to go out without any money. In cocaine. Food stands, yeah, occasionally I'll come across something, but it's quite common now for small entrepreneurial businesses like farmers markets and things like that to have, because you can get little card readers that just plug into the bottom of your phone, and then you have a mobile way of taking cash, or taking card payments. Yeah. Right, let's... Yeah, and that's not quite so common in this country, but yeah, things like Venmo, which I understand is quite popular in the US. Yeah, we do have some of those things, but they're mostly tied to banks. Oh, they love it, Wix, because if you're a like a farmer's market stall, for example, you obviously have to be able to give change. Like I've worked in small businesses like that, where it's a complete nightmare because if the first few customers that turn up, inevitably, like the first customer of the day, can you change to 20? No. Yeah, you can use the phone because most phones now have an NFT reader. So if the phone is capable of paying by card, then it's capable of receiving card payments. Yeah. I think the delay there wasn't the technology; it was probably the financial regulatory authorities giving permission, because there are security and theft and fraud issues with that. So credit cards. So most people in the UK don't use credit cards. Most of our payments are done debit. Because your debit card is essentially like walking around with cash. Yeah, so we're a debit card economy. People do use credit cards for some things, like for bigger things generally, but you're not going to use a credit card for your like shopping. It's not going to happen. So if I go and buy like a new fridge or something, I'll use a credit card because then you have the because then you don't own it. The credit card company owns it, and if there's a problem with it, you can just phone the credit card company and say you just bought a broken fridge, and then it's their problem. So you get that protection, but generally speaking, if you have the cash to pay for something, you'll just use a debit card. And there are transaction fees for that, for the companies, but the companies absorb that into their prices, generally. Yes, Sam, you can play with mummy teeth effigies. Yep. Sarcophaguses. If it's something really expensive, sarcophagus. How long will they let me be up here, I wonder? Get out of there, I have no support. I have plenty of support. Warships next to me. And the carrier. There are 5 of us here. Yeah, and I get it. It's just not really a part of our culture here. Plane spotted. Marco Polo's guiding, but the Bourgogne is coming. Yeah, I think you're right, Wix. I think there was probably a time when credit cards were seen as being new and modern and exciting and, you know, the thing you do. But then, as you say, people got burned. And now with credit cards, I think generally most people would describe credit cards as being quite a negative thing. Oh god, can I survive this volley if he gets spotted again? Get spotted, is he? There's another match where I feel kind of pointlessly useful. Yeah, see, that culture doesn't exist here, Sam. It's just not a thing that we do. It's not positive or negative, we just don't do it. I'm sure there are the odd person who does it, but generally speaking, it's just not what we do. Bourgogne's just seen me. Was it worth it? Not really. And now the Bourgoigne's gonna kite. God, if I didn't have range in this match, I would be completely useless. No, Smalley. We will not be doing that. I'm spotting right now, though. Right, as the Bourgogne has done a U-turn as well, we will stay here. Oh, I was really hoping that volley would kill him. Yeah, it's the same here. Yeah. Credit card interest rates can get ridiculous. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Keep spotting, I guess. The best subline for homing torps, if you want to play with the homing torps specifically for the torps to home on things, the British. However, the British is the worst line. Because the straight torps are way more powerful and they don't have them. Then the Brits, even if you don't ping, you only have the low damage homing torps. Which is the best line? The Germans. That's what it says. By a country mile. I mean, they have homing torpedoes. You just won't get to use them as much as you would do with the Brits, because in the Brits you can only use them. And then there is a premium British submarine called Alliance, which has the homiest of homing torpedoes. Would not have shot me in that situation, Noodleway. Oh, I see. I see. See how it is. Team, I really hope you don't throw. We're 4 and 4 right now, but we have all 3 caps. Hashima's being pushed by St. Vincent. We have them all corralled down here. The Shinano's just been spotted, so everyone's going to be shooting that. Okay, the Udaloy managed to get away from me. I should have taken the shot. I'd like to go and take his smoke, but I can't. I don't want to shoot these two, because then they'll realize that I'm here. Currently, they're ignoring me, despite the fact that I've been broadsiding them for 2 minutes. There we go. He's trying to come around on me. It'd be okay as long as the Venezia doesn't get involved. Basically, the Bourgogne turned in. Oh, he's already smacked me once. checkbook. Banks don't issue checkbooks anymore. My bank wrote to me and said, you know that checkbook you had? You might as well tear that up because we don't do that anymore. Cool. They keep them from flooding. So my nan had one of those shelters in her garden growing up, and I can tell you it was very damp. So it was, I wouldn't really describe it as underground though. So if you were standing at ground level, the roof of it was above ground level. So like the inside of the roof, the ceiling on the inside was above ground level, maybe about 2 feet. And then you kind of go down. So it was like half up, half down, if you see what I mean. But the roof was pretty solid concrete. You fucked up. Semi-submerged, yes, exactly.
The
Goodbye, dimwit. I will have a gun. So yeah, and I think that was pretty for like suburban London. I think that was pretty typical. So there would have been one of those for every 8-10 houses or so, and there was probably enough room inside for 10 people to sit down on the floor. How did they keep the water out? So it was not that. That's what I'm saying. It's not that deep because the floor of it is only it's probably only about 4 feet underneath the garden's surface. It was damp, but it wasn't wet. Acton King, so I'm sure that Wargaming have considered that, but given the reception that Homing Torps had with the submarines, they probably decided not to do that. But also the submarine, it's the submarine's thing. And so anytime you give a mechanic to a whole bunch of different ships all across the game, it stops being special. And all the ships start to become the same, which is something that they mustn't do because then everything becomes boring. So that's probably something they've intentionally not done. Picture an indoor swimming pool? Yeah, no, but if it's above the water table, it's not going to fill with water, is it? Because it will still drain. It will only get wet if it's below the water table. Rain, yeah, but the rain still soaks down and then goes down into the water table. So it's going through. It's concrete. Concrete's not that porous. It was dry inside. My nan used to use it for storage. It's just it's a house essentially. It's a little concrete house. It was damp inside. Like I wouldn't want to keep paper in there, but my nan used to keep wine and like tins of food, like wartime stuff, like tins of food and wine and old furniture and things like that. I wouldn't want to keep anything down there that would suffer from mildew or anything like that. But it was dry, just a bit moist. You put it this way. It's fine for your wine cellar. It's not okay for your library. Think of it like that. It's probably fine for growing mushrooms. Not so much for a collection of old maps. It's like a cave, kind of. I see what mushrooms on the old maps, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so it was 10 10 people could sit on the floor. It would be very cramped, but about 10 people could sit on the floor, and probably with people holding kids and whatever, because it was only designed for temporary use. The idea was that every few houses would have one. Everyone would obviously know where their one was, and people would go to the neighbor that had the shelter.
Hola.
Yeah, they're obviously sized for the area. So where I grew up in London, the houses that were built pre-war tended to be... so I think of it as an Anglo-Saxon model of land parceling. It's something that isn't done today with new builds, but certainly in the early 1900s, late 1800s, it was still being done, where you have the house, and then it will have a small front garden, and then it will have a very long, thin back garden that's the same width as the house. But the houses are typically either terraced or semi-detached. And so there's not much space down the sides of the houses. So typically you'll have two houses joined together with a common wall, and then there'll just be an alleyway between the two houses, or maybe a driveway in a rich area. And then the garden is just that width. So that property, that's the width of the property, and then the garden is really, really long. And typically the front part will be more of like an ornamental garden with a nice lawn and a shed and whatever. Summer house maybe. And then typically there would be some kind of hedge halfway down, and then behind that would be where the family grow their vegetables. So obviously in modern times a lot of people have changed the way they're set up, but that would have been originally the layout. And a lot of houses still do have that. You can see in the landscaping, even if the owners have made the whole thing ornamental, you can still see in the landscaping where that halfway mark was, behind which the allotment part was. And then when the shelters needed to be built, houses were selected probably that had slightly larger than average gardens for some reason, like they're on a corner or whatever. And then the shelter would be built right at the back in that section where it was used for vegetables, so that people weren't losing a lot of their garden space. And then, yeah, that one of those would be shared with a group of houses. But it would be owned by one person. The coal alleys? Yeah, that depends. So in London, actually, that's not the case. So the houses that I grew up in and around that were built generally in the 20s and 30s do not have that. Interestingly. They did have coal fires, but they did not have integral coal bunkers. They would have had coal scuttles, and the coal would have been delivered either to the end of the garden if it had access, but most of the houses that I grew up around did not have rear garden access because the garden would back onto another garden. So coal must have been delivered to the front. Play one more. No, my nan sold that in the 90s. It does introvert, yes. Oh yeah, totally. I've seen it. I've seen it, Wixie. I've seen it in London as well. I think it's more common with the terraced houses. It's more common with the terraced sort of factory workers type setups. I think with the semi-detached houses, it's far less common. Interestingly, I had a, what would she have been? She was my maternal grandmother's aunt, whatever that is to me. And so like great aunt something, or like that. Anyway, Used to go to her house a lot, and in South Wales, and she had a skull. So her son actually was a coal man. He actually delivered coal as a living until he died. And this was in the 90s. And she had a coal scuttle in the garden. And that was accessed down a side alley. So the coal deliverer would go down the side of the house, open the gate, and pour the coal into the scuttle from a sack. All the houses in that region would have had that. So I think it's very region dependent. Coal scuttle was just sitting on the ground in the garden. It's just looked like a brick barbecue. Yeah, I think it just depends on the area. It depends what kind of house it is. And when it was built. Yeah, exactly. Coal scuttle next to the outdoor toilet. Exactly, yeah. And actually one of my great-grandmothers, whose house was in Mitcham in South London, hers had that set up. So she had the coal scuttle, which was actually a room, essentially. It's like the house had like it was a semi-detached house, but it had like a set of outbuildings that were attached to the main house, which included a shed, a coal scuttle, and a toilet. So it's a really quite interesting topic. So we are going to be potentially farming a Libertat and a Kearsarge. Christopher's coming over. Wait, I get to shoot mammal. Mammal. Let's up and shoot mammal. Ooh, that might have aimed quite well there. Scratch that. Dispersion sucks. Hey, Menanon, how you doing? 15,000 gold. Nice. Thank you for letting me know. I hope that comes in useful. On a mission to kill this Benson. Was the intent to hit the boat? That was the general idea, yes. Oh my god. Forget that. They can deal with that. Benson's gonna get talked. Benson didn't get talked. This Libertat is being way too ballsy. I don't know whose torps these are. Must be a Kagero in front of him. Yeah, warning shots. Look, if you do that again, I'll actually hit you. Next time, the time after this one. Because that was also a warning shot. Let that be a lesson to you. Coming around here, you can't come around here coming into my caps. No, no. I'll put my shells vaguely near you. Right, Jerry. Yeah. So the family members I had that had some kind of storage thing for coal referred to that as the scuttle. So again, like it's regional, how things get called and how they work and where they are, how the deliveries get made. It's all very regional. But like I distinctly remember the shape of the this kind of like the little metal thing that my great whatever aunt brought the coal into the house with. It's a very specifically shaped thing, like a, hard to describe. It's like a vase with a handle and like a scoop top thing. So you'd use it to both scoop the coal out of the scuttle and then also carry it into the house and pour it into the fire. Oh yeah, you can still have a coal fire. Yeah. It's not very common anymore because it's hard to get the coal, but yes, you can. So far, there's no restrictions in terms of tax or environmental stuff, but there are actually that might not be true. There are some cities and areas in the UK now that have clean air things going on. So it might be that in some of those regions that have clean air policies, you might not be able to. But out in the countryside, you can do it. Yeah, Jerry, I think we're talking about the same thing, I think. No, you can definitely still have coal, so because there's the houses around me that still burn coal. They may be doing that illegally. That is one of my favorite smells. Pizza. Ooh, we are sort of winning. Kinda. Right, bomb you? Nope, because the Kagero is right there. How do you mix up pizza and WS? Oh no, it's going to come and see me for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Pac-Man, that is a book. I am currently next to a Kagero. Hey, buddy. Where's your torps? Oh, you put them on that side? Sucks to be you. He's gonna see me? Yeah. Watch. Make a decision. Hey. Oh, I only got 4 shells on the first one. They're all coming to kill me. Ow. They werve me? I don't think they werve me.
Make a U-point turn.
No. Can't avoid that door. Unless I can, because I'm a torp dodging god, but the Malta's going to cross-drop me. Because it can do that. Ow, ow, ouchies. Yes, make that 10. Was that you farming me from the corner of the island? That's very rude. Yeah, I died. And I pulled them away from the middle, but don't think it's going to help. Let's watch the Yukikaze stalk the Malta and fail. Oh, and the Jaeger. Okay. Luckily, the flooding will put out the fires. Yeah, that's not how that works. Raven. Oh, man, I would love one of those. I would love to have one of those. Just something about walking into a kitchen that has that. I don't know what it is. It's just a homeliness that you don't get from having a kitchen without a Raven. And they make amazing toast. That we're burning stuff. So they use multiple fuels, but typically these days it's oil. How many lights? Oh, at least 5. Your application for God of Golf dodging? I'm gonna dodge the first set. Now it's the Jaeger's turn. The Jaeger is very broken right now. Are the opponents thanking the destroyers? Probably, yeah. They might get it. It's not going to help, but they might get it.
Sunk Canuck used their prime sub here for the first time ever. A very warm welcome to Sunk Canuck. Enjoy your complimentary rocket.
That's either Sunk Canada UK or Sunken UK. Thank you very much for the prime sub. Please do let me know which one of those it is. Welcome. You will get no ads for the next month. And a selection of emotes. Also access to the subscriber channels in my Discord. Now, the Jaeger will kill the Yamato. Very slowly. Bop, 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 boobly doo 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 doo. Welcome for that earworm. Didn't kill it. 3 minutes. I think Frito is in a bit of a standoff with the Yamato and the Megami. Can a Jaeger kill a Yami with guns? No. He's also going to struggle with the torpedoes because Yamato's torpedo protection is really good. And these torps don't do much. However, the carrier is doing a really good job of trying to kill him. He's coming. He's coming. Yamato, please tell me that you saw the Jaeger? Please tell me you noticed that there is a torpedo destroyer literally stalking the corner. Do you just not care? Because it doesn't really do anything to you? It does if it hits you there. Oh, that was a bad turn. And those are not Jaeger torps. Yeah, you're dead. That was an unfortunate turn. Run, Jaeger. Boop, boop, boop. Those are good torps. Getting stuck on the rock, however, not so much. They definitely had their own FU rock moment. Meanwhile, Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. Ooh, that peaked. Peaked. +1 the Jaeger for the good torps. That was some good torps. A quite questionable decision to go after the carrier, but these two actually did quite well once they got them there. That's a lot of scores. Six. You can get a cap. Yes. Oh well. That's gonna be, what's that, 4-3 or 4-2? Not bad. Could still go wrong. Yeah, this ship is, it's interesting. I really love this setup with the guns. I love big caliber guns, good dispersion. I love that combination. But this hull is it's a little bit tricky to survive with. The armor scheme, you got the 27, so better than 25, but you don't have the, so Des Moines has 27, but Des Moines has a 30mm side belt, which makes it much, much better. And this doesn't have that. So you're quite vulnerable to being just punched in there anywhere. And in a battleship heavy meta, because there's usually 4 or 5 battleships, it's kind of tricky. And if you end up on an open flank and you haven't taken range, it's very awkward to be able to do anything, because your detection is good, but it's not great, and your range is certainly not great. Jaeger guns, it has guns which you should use if you are spotted, like all destroyers. You can shoot something and there is no disadvantage to you doing that. You might as well just shoot it, even if all you have is pop guns. right. So tomorrow, well, I'm not promising because the day might go differently, but and I have to do the setup. But it's possible tomorrow I might stream from the kitchen and do some cooking because I do have to make a cake regardless. So potentially there will be some cooking going on tomorrow. It'll be mainly baking and it'll probably be interspersed with gaming because it's a really long bake. But I have some other stuff I can potentially make in between while that's going on. So potentially we'll just be hanging out in the kitchen tomorrow. See how that goes. But it's possible I might just end up making the cakes during the daytime. We'll see how I feel when I get up tomorrow and what time I get up tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But that is a potential plan. 1 and 2, yeah, maybe. We'll see. I've got to set it all up and make the space in the kitchen because I was really hoping that by now I would have my streaming PC, main PC set up, and I would have a more movable setup that I can easily put in there, but currently no, so I have to make a load of space in because the tower is huge. Takes a while to do. Anyway. Yeah, so that's the plan. I know I raid live from the north a lot, but holy crap. Oh, the sky right now looks like a flipping painting. We are going to live from the north. This is my favorite time of day and my favorite time of year and my favorite view, and he's got the views zoomed in. Oh, man. There's a cloud eating his mountain. Yes. So we'll go and raid live from the north, which is currently looking spectacular at 3 in the morning. Yeah, Tiger's got the view zoomed in on Holm and the mountains behind it. It's just stunning. The sun's hitting the clouds sort of from the side. Oh, so good. So thank you very much for a fun stream. Thank you very much for hanging out. If you're over on YouTube, I'm going to be ending the stream very shortly. But please on Twitch, check out Live from the North. It is a very, very good channel. He also has some content on YouTube. Good friend of mine. And I will see you all on both platforms tomorrow for some cooking. So I will see you then. Goodbye.